ngicela ucheck uzana sifile. I need my water.
I swear to God. But here, Mamina, I sent her she's very kind. But she has confidence
It's 2:12, yabo? But I'm short.
Minister, we can start because she's started funerally, so we can
start.
Yeah, and these are the mics and everything.
Okay. Malibongwe. Malibongwe. Kukhona bangasho ukuthi igama lamakhasikazi Malibongwe. I'm waiting for them. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta imbokodo. Uzokufa finish. Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning. I see that there are heaters around us. I'm just going to allow those that are walking in to find a seat so that we're able to start on time. Can I be assisted maybe with additional chairs? Because I can see that there are people that might need extra space to sit. Can I be assisted with that? Okay, there is space this side, so we can come through the side. You can usher them that side. Okay, how we can... Tabo, can you assist them to go the other side so that we can start our program? igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, 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 igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, 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 igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, 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 igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, 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 igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, 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 igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, 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 igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe. Thank you very much. We were singing to buy time for those that need space to sit so that we can start our program. We're a bit behind time. Thank you very much. I can see that everyone is seated. Your Excellencies, the Shope family in our presence, the Balega Mbete Foundation, the Bato Bato Trust, the ANC Women's League Secretary General and the Acting President of the Women's League, Comrade Nokuthula Nqaba, Minister in the Presidency responsible for Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga, the Special Advisor to the Minister, Prof. Chris, our keynote speaker, Ambassador Tenjiwe Mtintso, our panelists, our ANC Women's League Regional Chairperson for Tshwane Region, ANC Youth League NEC member, Comrade Abram, my fellow colleague, and all the guests that have joined us this morning, but particularly to the women in the room, good morning. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Igama lami ngu Dr. Sunshine Miende. I'm the executive chairperson of the NYDA, but also the NEC member of the Women's League as the Young Women's Desk Coordinator, but also as an NEC member of the Youth League, present and standing in front of you. I'm going to be your co-program director today with my ambassador, Umamlindi Wezulu, popularly known as Hello, who are going to be running this ship. We have a full program today, colleagues and comrades. I think the program has been circulated to us. What is most important today, and the reason why we're gathered here today, we're here to honor isithwalande sethu, Umam Gertrude Shope. But we're not here to remember a name alone or to recite a biography. We're here because there are questions in Ma Shope's life that remain alive. She was a teacher who left the classroom in protest against Bantu education. She became part of the liberation movement, went into exile, worked across Africa and internationally, led the ANC Women's League, and ultimately returned to participate in our democratic parliament. When we speak about Pan-Africanism, women's stewardship, social cohesion and migration, we're not taking an old story and forcing it into new life or new conversation. Many of those questions were already present in Ma Shope's own journey. So perhaps the question that should sit quietly underneath as we're going to start this program today, and a question that all of us should ask ourselves as we're seated today before we start our program. What does Ma Shope's life require of us now, today? Firstly, as women. Secondly, as members of the ANC Women's League and as ordinary citizens of South Africa. Secondly, we'll begin by remembering and understanding the woman herself. Who was she? Maybe some of us, sasingagozalwa, when she was there and she lived on her journey. So today, we're going to learn and understand who she was. And then as the program unfolds, we'll move from her life into some of the questions confronting us today, confronting us as young people, as young women, but also confronting us as a continent. So we're going to begin our program. Let us start by standing up, and we're going to sing our national anthem. Abantu besilisa, cela bathule izigqoko, and all of us are going to stand still. No one moves when we're going to sing the national anthem. DJ, I don't know where you are. Can you please play the national anthem?
South Africa, South Africa.
While we're still standing, I'm going to request Pastor Mangau, who's also the ANC Women's League Regional Chairperson in Tshwane, to come and render us with a prayer. Liza lisiti ngalakho Thixo Thixo Nkosi yenyaniso
sonke inhlaka zonke sizwe masisu sehusindiso. Let's close our eyes and pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we give you honor, we give you glory this morning, oh God. Thank you, Father, that you are the Alpha, you are the Omega. You are the beginning and you are the end, oh God. Father, we thank you that you destined this day for us to meet, oh God. Thank you, Father, for the family Yakamashope, my God. We give you praise. We pray your blessings upon them today, oh God, as we celebrate their mother. Father, we thank you for the mother who made us who we are today, who contributed in our nation. We give you honor, we give you glory, oh God. As we deliberate today, oh God, I pray for each and every speaker. Father, I pray that as they speak to us, that you will minister to us, minister to our commitment in our movement. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we pray, amen.
Thank you very much. We may be seated. Before we start our program, formally so, few protocols that we're going to have. Thank you very much, DJ. Few protocols that we're going to have, comrades and colleagues. We have our bathrooms on my left, both male and female, as well as persons with disability. And then we do have our exit points. We do have our heaters next to us. So let us be cognizant of that and take precaution to those measures that have been put in place. Ngoba kuyabanda, and we need it to be warm. So now, as we're going to start our program, and I think now that says Tandazile, and we have told God about this particular engagement, we can feel relaxed. But before we take off our jackets, we're going to ask my co-program director to come and do the opening and welcome, but also tender an apology that I was not able to do it. She's going to be able to do it. So let's give a warm welcome to my co-program director, Comrade Hello. That's her name.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunshine Nyende. It's such a pleasure for me to be here and welcome a young woman who's doing exactly the same things that I've been doing all my life, looking up to the women who led the liberation struggle, the women who still continue to lead us in our democracy today. And she is a doctor. Thank you. I hope you'll be a good example to others who are not wanting to go to school. May I indicate already all the protocols have been set and appreciated. I want to thank everyone who has been able to make it to this very, very special event. And I also would like to say, for those who are our international guests sitting right in front here representing the women in the AU, we are very happy to have you here with us today. As indicated, my name is Lindiwe Zulu. I am a product of the woman who we are celebrating today. I am a true and really product of a woman who nurtured, mothered, visited us in all places where we were during the most difficult of times, that is, during the time of our liberation struggle, and those of us who were thrown outside of South Africa. We have our mothers here who really took care of us to be here today. I wish to also apologize on behalf of Usis Balega Mbete. Her family is here to represent her. She couldn't make it because of doctor's orders. And what I know of these mothers during our time and even when we came back, they never listened to doctor's orders. Many of them did not. And I think that it is time for us to appreciate and understand that when they are ordered not to move up and down, they must do so. I think the family of Mashope has also been acknowledged, and I can also tell you that we shared that mother. Actually, sometimes they felt she was more of our mother than their mother, as a matter of fact. So we wish to thank you for having stepped up from the very time that we were preparing for this. You were attending the preparatory meetings and all. I also would like to thank the entire team that worked tirelessly to get us to where we are. And I can tell you, I was pained And I think this must be taken very, very seriously. President of the Women's League, I will point you out, because I think that it is the ANC Women's League that really has to keep this history, the names of the people that we talk about, and in particular, uMashope. So I was pained when the whole process started, and then there was like, where are we gonna get the money? Is the money gonna be available? Who must we call? Can you go and call? I just think that South Africa needs to change that. South Africans in general, no one is asking them for anything else other than supporting those foundations that are doing everything they can to keep the names, the history, and the legacy of the men and women, the women and men who led us to where we are today. We stand here in a very, very important center where everybody must come and see the history. Komisa, when we were coming that way, when I was driving here, I saw the Ford Tracker there, and I told Nkulu, hey, mina ngesikhathi sami bengifisa ngathi singayisusa nje, you know, so that this one is the one that's higher than the other. But then I was called to order to say, this is our history. Please don't go back there. This is our history. But at the same time, I still say that cannot pass this history. That cannot be above this history. This is the main history which people suffered, people died. We left graves in many, many countries. And this history is a history that really, really should be taken very seriously. In order for us also to then chase the time, I wish to apologize also for Minister Chikunga. She started at a funeral before coming here, so she will be coming in anytime soon, so that we don't feel like she's late or anything. She had a funeral to go to. My co-program director, when we started, yes, she was like, are you going to start? So that we share the experience, we share the exposure, and they must not be afraid, they must not be shy. As young people and young women, just take it like the way we all took it. According to the program, we are now supposed to be on Mashope, the mother, leader, and soldier, and this is supposed to be. Are we doing that before the? Yes. Okay, yes. I now, before we go to Ambassador Nziki Mashimbi, my commissar of a time, we need to show the documentary. I'm hoping that the operators are ready for that, for dimming the lights and everything. And so we will just take time to look through the history of Mashope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my co-program director. Can we clap hands for my co-program director? Thank you very much. We have a new thing these days that we're doing. It's called Clock It. All of us saw the president yesterday clocking it. So in between clapping hands, we're going to clock it as well. So this is how we're going to do it. I'm allowing the team to fly to the documentary. So this is how we're going to do it. Like this. Like this. We're clocking live. We're clocking uMashope. We're clocking everything today. So in between clapping, we're also going to clock. So as we're going to go through our documentary, there are three things that I need us to be able to reflect on. As you watch, I invite you to look beyond the political milestones. I need you to look for choices, look for the sacrifices, look for the relationships, and look for the woman behind the history. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the documentary as we dim the lights. We're good to go. Okay, let us all pay attention to the documentary. I thank you.
Our father, Max Shope, was born in Limpopo, Mamitwa. Our mother was born in Zimbabwe. Her two sisters were born in South Africa, married in Zimbabwe. Mom
Our sincere apologies. Or it's clocking time. Okay. We're here now. Our sincere apologies. The documentary is a bit long. However, those that need it, they are going to get the link, and then we can always go and watch. We would also like to recognize the president of the Pan-African Tourism Board, Ma'am Miriam Lesiane, as well as the NEC member of the Youth League, Comrade Lesiba, present. Thank you very much. There are a few things for me, co-program director, that stand out from Ma'am Shope's life. She was a listener. For me, that stood out for me. One of the buttons in the ANC Women's League blouse, they represent a good listener. So I think today, all of us must be able to resonate from that. But also, what I also learned, Comrade SG, is that sometimes nowadays we have leaders that don't listen. That don't listen to people, that don't consult people. And we have learned from the documentary that Ma'am Shope was a listener, but she used to consult. But she also held young women in her hands. I hear that she was very strict. That's why maybe Comrade SG is also very strict with us. She gets it from Ma'am Shope. But thank you very much, colleagues and comrades, for that. For now, as we swiftly move with our program, we're going to take... Thank you, my copper. Okay, cool. Now we're going to have Ma Shope, the mother, the leader, and soldier. We're going to get the input from Ambassador, but before Ambassador comes forth, my co-program director wants to properly introduce our ambassador, as we clap hands for my co-program director.
Just a very quick one. I know that the ambassador would not necessarily want me to read his long biography, but I do want to indicate that this one is one of the cadres who continues to be a commissar, in as far as I'm concerned. It's one of the young people then who really engaged a lot with Uma Megeti, in particular in the front line. And therefore, I would like us to really listen and write where we can. I know you've got your cell phones that are able to write these things. This is a history that needs to be written. Ambassador Nziki Mashimbie, me and him have walked a journey from Angola to Lusaka to other places, but in government, we shared the same mission. I was ambassador to Brazil, and then he later also became ambassador to Brazil. Ambassador, please come through. And as we welcome him, there are just a number of things that were said earlier. At ease, Commander, Commissar, at ease. Please come through. You can come through. Let us, Baring, clock it. Woo! Hey.
Clock it's not first day. We're here now.
Abushen, Sanbonan, Program Director, Dr. Sunshine. I don't know if they explained to you why you are the program director.
Oh, they didn't.
Because you are probably one amongst the youngest in the room. So Ambassador Zulu, hello.
Hello.
Ambassador Zulu is correct to have insisted that you be the first. The same reason applies. I'm the first speaker. Do not be deceived by all the beautiful things that have been said. You will see as the program proceeds, there will be more maturity in age. So the youngest one has to lay isitebe, so that when the elders come, the program proceeds fairly and properly. That's why I'm standing here. I wish I had the opportunity to extend my greetings to Mambaleka Mbete, but I'm very happy that Nonkululeko is here, Zweli is here, Makoti is here, Ipuseng is here. Do convey our wishes to Mambete for speedy recovery. I'm very overwhelmed to have this opportunity to speak today. I'm overwhelmed because there are too many Mashopes in the room. I can't mention all of them, but it will be remiss of me not to mention the presence of one of them, one of my mothers, Mam Tenjiwe Mtinzo. So lovely to see you. Umam Bridget Mabandla, angisamboni manje. Oh, there she is. Usis Lindol, there she is. Usis Mtakato Diseko, so good to see you. Still looking beautiful. Lovely to see you. Sister Ninga, so good to see you. Welcome back home, a retired diplomat. It's lovely to see Professor Chris Landsbeck. I see you are recovering very well. That brings us joy to our hearts. Thank you so much. So good to see you. The Shope family, veterans of our liberation struggle, distinguished guests, the leadership of the ANC Women's League, the leadership of the African National Congress, the representative of the government of National Unity who are here, or who will be joining us later. I agreed to speak to the theme, the mother, the leader, the soldier. I agreed with one condition, the condition being that it would have had to work with my peculiar way of doing things. My peculiar way of doing things is that when I walk into the room, I make the assumption that the people in the room probably know about the subject more than I do. So I don't go into a room to repeat things that have been said before me and that will be said during the course of today. So I decided that instead of repeating the many stories that you all can tell in this room, I wish only to speak to 3 anecdotes, only 3 anecdotes. Only those 3 anecdotes because they are personal to me. Some in the room might know of those anecdotes. Let me start by saying that when we were teenagers, we answered the call by President Tambo to make apartheid unworkable and to make South Africa ungovernable. We did exactly that. But answering that call came at a terrible price. On the western side of here, there's a township where I was born. My umbilical cord is still buried there. A young teenager, a young kid actually, Emma Sateche, was brutally murdered. Many young activists were detained without trial. Many disappeared. Some of us decided that our contribution could no longer be confined to the streets. So we crossed the border to join Umkhonto weSizwe, the one that was born in 1961. I'm not saying there's another you know, I'm just for reference point. We did not believe in the slogan, freedom in our lifetime. We said that is not our slogan. We believed and demanded freedom in our youth. After successfully leaving the country, we spent a month in Lusaka waiting to depart for military training in Angola. A wonderful occasion happened at the residence that we had in Lusaka. Mashope and Commander Ntate Joe Mudise came to address us. Mashope's speech lifted our spirits. It strengthened our resolve. We were ready to board that aircraft the following morning to train as soldiers and to return home to fight for our people. I said our spirits were lifted. But immediately afterwards, six of us were summoned to a private meeting. Mashope looked at us and said, with absolute firmness, that the 6 of us will not be going to Angola because we were children, she said. So I did not have a great first meeting with Mashope. I didn't like any ounce of that meeting. Instead, she decided that we would be sent to school to continue our education. The mother in her had spoken, but armed with the arrogance of youth, with the exuberance of youth, we pushed back. We reminded her, because we knew it all, we reminded her that we had already made the country ungovernable. Surely if we were old enough to face bullets in the townships, we were old enough to carry rifles. Hey, she refused. Her decision was final. We were not going to go on board the following day. Instructions were given that we should not board the aircraft. Well, like many stubborn teenagers, we thought we knew better and we made our own plans. The following morning, we quietly slipped into one of the buses transporting recruits to the airport. The security arrangements at Lusaka Airport were deliberately hurried and discreet, which worked in our favor. Before anyone realized it, we had boarded the aircraft with the other 140 recruits. Only after landing in Angola, a vigilant and exuberant recording officer annoyed us because he let it known that we were not supposed to be there. So we were very worried. Fortunately, he came from our former student organization, the Congress of South African Students. We persuaded him to keep our little secret. We completed our basic military training in Kakulama in Malanji province and later went on to further our military training in different parts of the world. During that period, Mama Shope visited our training center thrice. By then, our illegal presence had become another well-kept secret. Each time she arrived, the camp authorities carefully kept the 6 of us as far away from her as is possible. I won't go into the details why the camp authorities conspired with us. If you buy me a beer, perhaps I'll go into that. That was Mashope the mother. Even in a military camp, in exile, she never stopped seeing children where others saw soldiers. Let me tell you my second experience of Mashope. By the late 1980s, Mashope led a delegation of women leaders to Angola for a refresher program in preparation for the negotiations that would eventually lead South Africa to democracy. My boss, Ambassador Fanny Pakula, who was known as Regional Commissar Rufus Mbilini then, he's here with us today, Ambassador Pakula. He directed that part of the training program will take place at Moses Kotana Self-Reliance Center. Ambassador Pakula's decision was a problem for me. I asked him to come today so I can tell him in public. His decision was a problem for me because I was now in charge of the camp where Mashope and other women, including Mambale Kambete, were coming to do a refresher course. I would have had to receive the very woman whose instructions I had openly disobeyed. Needless to say, anxiety plagued me for days. I think about 7 or 8 days later, Mashope called me aside and smiled. She told me she had known all along that we had defied her orders. Then she said something I have never forgotten. She said, she was very proud of us. But she added, with that unmistakable firmness of hers, that it was still not too late for us to go back to school. Well, I'm happy that Professor Landsberg is here. I would want to send a message to her that we eventually listened to her, albeit when we were in our 40s. We did go to school because Professor Landsberg insisted. And when we went to school, not only did we graduate, but we graduated cum laude. Thank you, Professor. And I believe in a few months we will be called doctor as well. So Mashope's work has been fruitful. Professor Maluka, thank you very much for your recommendations. That was Mashope, the leader. A leader who corrected without humiliating, who disciplined without breaking spirits, who understood that courage and education belong together. The third and final story occurred during one of the most uncertain moments in our struggle. Following the historic victories at Quito Guanavale, intensive negotiations reshaped our region, Southern Africa. Namibia was on the path to independence. Foreign armies would withdraw from Angola. MK cadres had to relocate to East Africa. For many, it was a period of uncertainty. Nobody knew what tomorrow would bring. Mashope came to Angola to support the difficult withdrawal from Angola to East Africa. She traveled with us and kept encouraging us along the way. She reassured anxious young combatants who had spent years preparing for a military victory but now found themselves preparing for a political one. A terrible thing happened on the 18th of May, 1989. Approximately 170 cadres of Umkhonto weSizwe boarded a Soviet Aeroflot cargo aircraft bound for Tanzania under her leadership. Several Tanzanian diplomats traveled along. The aircraft also carried equipment and supplies which would be used to establish a new camp led by my mother, Sister Njuwe Mtinzo, and others. Every single passenger had been thoroughly searched by our security personnel, by the armed forces of Angola and the Cuban forces. Throughout that process, Mashope remained among the cadres, offering calm reassurance. Several hours into the flight, while we were over the Tanzanian airspace, chaos suddenly erupted. One of our own, or one that we thought was our own, his name, Bradley Richard Stacy, attempted to hijack the aircraft using explosives. At that hour, most of our comrades were fast asleep because it was a cargo aircraft, is not that fast. Suddenly, he was shouting at passengers, threatening lives and forcing everyone towards the rear of the aircraft. Not once did Mashope panic, scream, or lose her composure. Even with death staring us in the face, she remained calm. While the hijacker entered the cockpit and seriously injured the Soviet navigator, several amongst us managed to overpower and disarm him. Actually, it was not several, it was 5. I know one of them was Majosi, one of them was Rufus. It was a dangerous thing to do because he had explosive. So it means about 180 of our cadres would have ended there. Well, eventually the aircraft landed safely in Tanzania, where he was arrested. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, what remains of the memory is not that we survived. It is the extraordinary courage and quiet dignity Mashope displayed throughout. She was able to steady others because she remained steady herself. And there is a very clear life lesson in this third and last anecdote for many of us to take away. That was Mashope the soldier, a leader who carried the rarest weapon of all, moral courage. Ladies and gentlemen, dear comrades, these three stories taught me something profound. The mother protected our future. The leader shaped our characters. The soldier strengthened our resolve. In Mashope, those three identities coexisted harmoniously. She nurtured, she led, she fought, she never sought recognition, but simply answered the political demands of that era. Today, as we honor her life, perhaps the greatest tribute we can pay is to emulate her, to produce compassionate and conscientious leaders, to produce soldiers who never lose their humanity, to produce mothers and fathers who understand that every generation deserves both courage and education. Mashope has completed her journey. The responsibility is now ours. May we prove worthy of her sacrifices and that of her generation. May we carry her values into the future. May her revolutionary spirit continue to guide our nation. Nzaken Sasune.
That was good, Ambassador. And all the best on your PhD. As we welcome the Minister responsible for women, youth, and persons with disability, now that my boss is in the room, I'm happy. Welcome, Minister. That's the minister that I report to every other day. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for that insight. I think for me, Mom Gertrude was courageous. She was brave. Can you imagine you're in an aircraft and you can see you might not make it here, and she remained calm. Oh, in our days, we're going to be going live on Instagram and telling everyone that it's not happening here. So we really love that insight, Ambassador. It's quite helpful, particularly for us as young women. What do we learn from her? There's a lot that she has left behind as a legacy, and what do we take forward as a generation? So we're going to move straight, colleagues and comrades, to our program and invite the acting president of the ANC Women's League, the Secretary General of the ANC Women's League. We call herself a Yanga when I'm not there, but today, because I'm here, she's not a Yanga. Can we all clap our hands as we welcome the Secretary General of the ANC Women's League, Comrade Nokuthula Nqaba, to come and speak to us.
Amandla. We are the members of the ANC Women's League and we are disciplined. Viva ANC, ANC, viva. Viva. Viva the spirit of Ma Gertrude, viva. Amandla. Program Director, Comrades Lindiwe Zulu and Dr. Sunshine Mayende, our younger, the coordinator of the Young Women's Desk of the ANC Women's League, members of the Diplomatic Corps present here, our very own Mama Tenjiwe Mtintso, to all ambassadors present here, the Honorable Minister, Comrade Sindisiwe Chikunga, our panel, Professor Eddie, Professor Kwesi, Professor Jane Mufumadi, Professor Dr. Litlare Rabele, esteemed guests and comrades from all MDM structures, our progressive partners in the struggle for the emancipation of women, but most importantly, the Shope family. Allow me to greet you all on this august occasion of the posthumous birthday of one of the most outstanding revolutionaries of yesteryears. This day marks 101 since the birthday of a gentle giant, a fearless freedom fighter, a disciplined soldier of Umkhonto weSizwe, a torchbearer of the women's struggle, and a proud recipient of the highest honor that our movement can bestow, isithwalandwe, siyaparangwe. Ma Gertrude Shope, a teacher by profession, who left her career to join the struggle at a time when membership of the liberation movement was an invitation for incarceration and even death. Irrespective of the political climate, Ma Shope became an active member of the ANC and the Federation of South African Women, FEDSO, a mass-based, non-racial women's formation which led the historic march of 1956 that we celebrated a few days ago on the 9th of this month. And this year, as we all know, we celebrate its platinum jubilee. Her conviction to a free, non-racial, non-sexist, prosperous and democratic society is well articulated in her own words when she said, and I quote, "We shall not rest until we have won for our children freedom, justice, and security." Close quote. Today, we celebrate her enduring legacy and vision for the emancipation of women from the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Her contribution was not motivated by a desire for personal recognition, but by her deep commitment to justice, equality, and the cause of national liberation. Not as we are made to believe today, Dr. Miende, that we are a generation that is more pompous and clouded in our mind by selfishness, by greed, corruption, and it has been proven and said several platforms that Gertrude Shope was never part of those, but rather had an interest to liberate the nation at large. A champion of women's rights and a trailblazer who transitioned from military camps under the command of the People's Army, Umkhonto weSizwe, and went on to and went on to become a representative of the masses of our people in various countries for the advancement of international solidarity through the isolation of regime. That's why many of us will relate to her as one of our internationalists, because she, because of the situation at that time, was forced, not by choice, to cross the borders of this country and continue to fight for the liberation of the people of this country. Mashope was deployed in various parts of the world throughout her exile to lobby support for the dismantlement of colonialism of a special type, in which progressive forces of the world declared as a crime against humanity. It is for that reason, Program Director, that as ANC Women's League and the ANC, we understand our responsibility within the continent and in the globe in ensuring that we pledge solidarity with women of Palestine, women of Venezuela, those that are in Cuba, the Western Sahara, because we feel their pain. We do understand what they are faced with today. Stealing from the words of Utatu Mandela when he once said, if South Africa sicingba sikhululekile kodwa amanye amazwe including the people of Palestine and Gaza abakakhululeki, we must know that our freedom and liberation is incomplete. On the eve of our political breakthrough, Mashope, now a seasoned cadre, who was elected the first president of the ANC Women's League after unbanning, championed a different cause for the inclusion of women in the negotiations to end apartheid. That's why today we stand here. We understand that it did not come easy. It came through the blood, sweat, and tears. We know that we stand in the bold shoulders of our giants, and we dare not fail them. It doesn't matter how difficult it is, because indeed, the politics of their time are totally different to what we are faced with today. Today we talk of unemployment. We talk of our graduates that involve in drug abuse, not by choice, because unfortunately they are unable to get jobs because we exist in an environment and a country that is battling in terms of our economic development. We have a poverty that leads to hunger because of unemployment, and it has a face of a woman. We live in an unsafe society. When we say it is because of what we're still suffering today from the apartheid regime, the government that was very brutal and merciless, that did not value the existence of women in the country, that never acknowledged and prioritized our role, that never appreciated our capabilities, that never seen a leader nor a person that can govern and sit in the round table to shape our country and our destiny as women of this country. But she made it a point that as we were negotiating to the end of apartheid, that is prioritized and we are represented. We forever tell that in South Africa, other people, they think that the existence of women in fighting against the apartheid regime, it only started in 1954 or 1956 when women were marching to Union Building. That was a culmination. It started as far back as in 1913, if not even before that, when we talk about the Land Act. We can count many incidents where women showed their bravery and stand in front of the system that was brutally and in defiance. Indeed, Mashope was a giant whose notable impact in the struggle for the liberation of women can be attested in the advancing contingent of women who are captivating the socio, economic and political arena as National Assembly speakers. We talk about the chairperson of the National Assembly, the CEOs of our multinational companies, university vice chancellors, heads of judicial institutions. However, we have not yet reached our destination, as long as elderly women in the rural areas are still living in fear from their own grandchildren who are intoxicated with drugs, as long as our community remain unsafe and young university graduates are without jobs. Our freedom cannot be free when our own government is still reluctant to make funding available for the implementation of the Declaration, Minister, of the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, a disaster. And Mashope would have commanded us to fight against this social ill. I therefore make a call for women to close ranks with one united voice and defend the advances made by Mashope and her generation. And ours is to continue where they left off and be always reminded that the ANC is still the only hope for the people of this country. We might have made our own mistakes, but that should not be used as a reason for us not to be viewed by those that are calling for a regime change as a failed organization when we were afforded an opportunity to govern. Our government, they have done a lot. We can count, as I've mentioned earlier on, the fact that program directors, we have a right for a freedom of speech. That on its own, it did not come free. It came out of their sacrifices. The fact that today we are able to protest freely without fearing of any form of attack. The fact that we know that we can also go in boardrooms and shape our own future. It is because of the contribution made by the government that was led by the ANC. The first 5 after 1994, it was to establish the system, develop policies. There is a confusion and assumption that when we got power in 1994, immediately we came into an environment where systems were ready for us. And that's not true, it's a fallacy. When we took over from the apartheid regime in 1994, systems were not there. There was nothing in those offices. The government led by Utatu Mandela at the time, may his soul rest in peace, had to go all over the world and try to fundraise fund so that they can be able to start governing. So we can't count that as a year where the systems were ready for us to take over. It was not an easy thing. That's why there was an arrangement of the GNU, the Government of National Unity. It's not something that is new in 2026, which was because of the results of 2024 general elections. It is happening for the second time. This time around, it's not by choice. We never wanted it. It is because of the results that we have received. But in 1994, that it was an option that we had to take for us to be able to establish the systems to govern. Only in the second and the third term, where Utatu Mbeki led, that we were to claim that indeed we had everything and anything to govern. That's where we excelled. We were to contest economically and by all means across the globe, because we were well established at the time to govern. Well, we committed mistakes in the fifth term. And we admit, we acknowledge, we regressed. In the sixth term, we tried to bounce back, to correct the mistakes that we are not afraid to stand before you and acknowledge and accept, with the trust and hope that those that are given the responsibility in this seventh administration will be able to improve and do better, listening to the cry of our people in the society from the ground, and be able to respond positively to service delivery. And with that, let us use the 4 and go out on November 4th to defend the legacy of Mashope. Let's go to the ground and talk to our community members and engage them, persuade them to go all out on the 4th and vote for the ANC. ANC Women's League, our responsibility, including the Youth League and other MDM structures, is to close ranks, work the ground to assist the ANC to regain the lost ground and win overwhelmingly in November, so that we continue with the implementation and the realization of the NTR in our lifetime. Amandla! Thank you very much.
Aya roka mayanga yanga roka. Lia roki yanga yanga lia roka. Thank you very much, Acting President of the Women's League and the Secretary General of the ANC Women's League. Siyathanda ukuthi you are the GERTRUDE SHOPE of our times. In our lifetime, we have you. So we are just going to quickly go straight to our program. We're supposed to take a break, but it's Nayas Lando, are you working lunch? Nayas? Yes. Ile ukuthi uyaphuma nje kancane, you grab coffee, then you come back. Nyabo? Very important. We really loved your input, Comrade SG, very inspiring, and I love the fact that you did say that the things that we must learn is this particular generation, is this particular leaders. Ngithandile into ukuthi uMamShophe wayengayiphakamisile. She was humble. These days we have leaders abakwazi nokubingelela abantu. I always struggle eGoli, mina ngiphume eKZN. Thina noma ungene eTaxini, noma ungene eliftini uyabingelela. La eGoli anibingeleli. Angazi ukuthi nenza njani la eGoli, kodwa thina eKZN siyabingelela. But I love what Comrade SG said ukuthi uMamShophe was a courageous woman, and that's what we need. This year is a significant year. It's 50 years of 1976 generation uprising. It's also 70 years of the march. So it means a lot for us as young women. And to have a young acting president of the Women's League makes us very humble and very proud as a Bayanga Young. At this point, I'm going to request my co-program director, who's going to lead us in the second session of our program. Let's stay warm and let's stay relaxed, and this is a working tea. So how we're going to do the working tea, you are going to walk behind so that you don't walk in front. Go grab coffee, come inside and enjoy your coffee. Today is a happy birthday, so all of us are happy, and let's stay warm. Thank you very much. I'll now come at the last part of our program. Over to you. Hello. 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 My apologies, colleagues and comrades. You know the privilege of being a young person, in which you're allowed to make mistakes and be corrected. What is important is whether you get corrected or not. That's the privilege of being a young person. So because I'm young, I've been told that we're going to rearrange our program. At this particular point, we're going to take a video message from Mom Sophie Mukwena, who's our SABC specialist correspondent. Thereafter, we're going to take a video from a message from our former president, Thabo Mbeki. And then while we're doing that, yabona namhlanje ngoba ngiphakathi kwabantu abadala ngina indawo yokuzotheka ngathi anga youth bangaza ngilida nabo ka youth ukuthi so as we're taking the videos, then we're going to request colleagues and comrades to be grabbing coffee. So over to you, DJ, and you play our videos. After our videos, then we're going to take Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga. Thank you very much.
Can I also please request that our cell phones wafake ku silent? Nathi sibadala kangaka siyamazi silent. The technology is she. So please put your cell phones on silent so that you don't distract the people who are presenting. Thank you.
Journalist for almost 32 years. Since I've worked in the international space, I have observed the trend in relation to challenges of migration, and for many years now, I've seen many stories when they start around issues of migration, and many times you'll see this story becoming a big story on the continent and around the world. My experience currently, when I looked at the previous outbreaks of this problem of illegal immigrants, is that they were easily managed, and when one was traveling on the continent, you couldn't feel or sense a hostility from other fellow Africans outside South Africa. But my recent experience when I was in Nairobi, Kenya, covering the Africa-France Summit, where you had many leaders from different countries converged in Nairobi, Kenya, engaging the French government on the relationship between South Africa and France. Many delegates would come to me when they see me with the SABC microphone, because SABC is quite popular on the continent. It's one of the largest broadcasters on the continent. Previously, when I was traveling, having this microphone was almost an accreditation. It was almost a visa. It was almost a passport, because people could identify with the microphone with pride that this is someone from the South African Broadcasting Corporation. It represented South Africa and its good value and name and posture on the continent and globally. But in Nairobi, Kenya, there was some, cold reception from people at the conference when they see me. And the first question they would ask, where are you from? When you say South Africa, then the next question will be, why are you killing our people? Are you not Africans? It started, why are you chasing our people away? Because of the impact of social media, with fake news also playing a prominent part in misinformation and disinformation. People think it is a war zone where the foreign nationals, every morning people wake up and hunt them with the aim of inflicting harm to them. And coming back, it has been 2 months now. Now I get calls on my social media platforms, messages. There's hostility and from both sides. Therefore, you can feel that this has done a lot of harm in the psyche of Africans, including those who are in the country, because the social media, fake news, has also heightened the tensions. The fact that even leaders themselves now are coming out in a public domain, at times statements based on fake news, it has actually heightened the tensions. My name is Sophie Mugwena. I've been a journalist for almost 32 years.
Program Director, comrades, friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the Baleka Mbete Foundation, its partners and others concerned for organizing this second GERTRUDE SHOPE Memorial Lecture. GERTRUDE SHOPE was an outstanding leader of our people during the difficult years of struggle to defeat the apartheid regime, as well as the exciting but the challenging years of construction of the democratic, non-racial, and non-sexist South Africa. Throughout these years, she held on to a set of principles and a value system which helped to define her as a dependable revolutionary, a steadfast patriot, and unwavering internationalist. Recent and current events and developments here at home, in the rest of Africa and globally, emphasize that we have the greatest need to draw on the example she set in order to empower ourselves successfully to engage in revolutionary and transformative tasks ahead of us. It is for this reason that I have saluted the Baleka Mbete Foundation and others for ensuring that through the GERTRUDE SHOPE Memorial Lectures, we are constantly reminded of who she was and what she stood for. As all of us know too well, our country faces many serious challenges. These cover all areas of human activity, including the political, the socio-economic, safety and security, social and national cohesion, relations with fellow Africans on our continent and the African diaspora, and the peoples of the world as a whole. In the midst of all of these pressing challenges, loom large the forthcoming local government elections, which are about a very short 80 days away. Over the years since 2009, the mass of our people have, through our country's democratic elections, told Megate's organization, the African National Congress, that it was losing their trust and confidence. As a result of this growing disaffection, during the 2021 municipal elections, the ANC lost about 5.4 million votes compared to the previous municipal elections in 2016. During the 2024 general election, the ANC lost about 3.6 million National Assembly votes compared to the previous 2019 elections. In less than 3 months, we will know whether the polls are correct in their prediction that the almost 2-decade-long downward trend in popular support for the ANC will continue during the forthcoming local government elections. The overall situation in our country demands that we draw on one of Megeti's great strengths, the courage always to face and tell the truth and never to tell lies. To speak frankly, too often our leaders convey the message that they have a good story to tell by underestimating the gravity of the problems in our country, hoping that they will convince the people that things are not as bad as they are. This creation of delusion has a very negative effect that it misleads the decision makers into believing that they have the leeway to avoid acting decisively to confront the existing problems. Contrary to all this, throughout her years as a revolutionary activist, Megeti lived up to Amilcar Cabral's wise words: tell no lies, claim no easy victories. As we all know, though Megeti was born in Johannesburg, she spent her childhood and young years in Zimbabwe, where her father had gone to work. We can therefore say that she was born into the African continent. She returned to South Africa as a young adult, knowing that among its residents were people from Zimbabwe and elsewhere in Southern Africa, working and living together with the indigenous South Africans. Even before formally joining the ANC, she was not surprised that, in fact, this organization had been formed jointly by the peoples of Africa, especially those of Southern Africa. At no point can I recall a comrade Gertrude Shope who could only be seen as an isolated South African, subtracted from her common belonging among the peoples of Africa and the rest of the world. For a good part of her life in exile, she purposefully interacted with the rest of the world in pursuit of the global progressive agenda. In this context, among others, towards 1980, she served as part of the ANC mission to Nigeria, together with her husband and our leader, Comrade Mark Shope. Later, as part of the leadership of the ANC Women's Section, she worked with the Pan-African Women's Movement. She went further afield and similarly to work with the Women's International Democratic Federation, the WIDF. I mention all of this to emphasize that Megeti was an internationalist who understood that the struggle to defeat the apartheid regime in South Africa was part of the global struggle to end the system of colonialism and imperialism. Hence, she knew that it was an important part of her tasks to work for African unity and solidarity, as well as global solidarity in the common struggle to build a better world. I say all of this because this understanding, this outstanding leader of our people, Comrade Gertrude Shope, would have been appalled to see the recent developments in our country, according to which some among our people took it upon themselves forcibly to evict other Africans from our country. It is true that some of the domestic challenges to which I've referred include high levels of poverty and unemployment. We know very well the reason for all of this, including the direct role of the counter-revolution. It was and is entirely incorrect to blame our foreign visitors, including those who are here illegally as a cause of the social ills I have mentioned. Wrongly to point an accusing finger at them is to hide and protect the real culprit, whether intentionally or not. The culprit being the organized forces in our country who are determined that our country's fundamental transformation into a truly non-racial and non-sexist democracy fails. As government has correctly insisted, it is its task effectively to deal with any and all instances of illegal migration. I have no doubt that today Megeti would speak out very loudly and clearly and say no to xenophobia, yes to legal migration, yes to African unity and solidarity. And let us join hands to defeat unemployment, poverty, and inequality. As we recall Megeti on the occasion of her 101st birthday, let us commit ourselves to honor these goals, which she would have communicated unequivocally. Best wishes for the success of the second Gertrude Shope Memorial Lecture. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that was very straightforward and understood and appreciated. Considering the messages that have come through from the two speakers, we decided that we need to adjust the program a little bit so that by the time our keynote speaker speaks, she would have also had an opportunity of listening to everybody. So without a waste of time, I'm going to then call upon our Minister Chikunga. Sorry, excuse me, I made a mistake. I'm supposed to call on Chris Landsberg, protocol. I'm supposed to call on Professor Chris Landsberg to come and do some reflections on the current migration challenges, which, by the way, fits in very well from the messages that have been. Can I ask Professor Chris Landsberg to come through?
Can we start with a song just to show you that the relief is working? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sanibonat? Momeni? Goeiemorgen. Good morning. So, Prof. Kwesi, how do I say it in Swahili? I almost said asante sana, so that comes at the end. So I'm speaking on behalf of Minister Lamola. As you know, South Africa is hosting the SADC Summit. The ministerial meeting is finishing today, and from tomorrow the heads of states will arrive in eThekwini, Durban, for the summit, which will actually conclude on Monday, and Monday is a very important day. So thank you, Program Directors, the family of Ma'am Becker, and let me also extend my best wishes for her speedy recovery. I did not listen to the doctors, and that's why I ended up in trouble. So she's a good example. Minister, Deputy Ministers, present, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, and I see we have a lot of former ambassadors, but they're not really former. They're not really out of retirement. And I really want to say on that point, we have recently relaunched Sequoia, the South African Council on International Relations. Ambassador Maud Lomo is here. And I'm of course surrounded by an army of excellent diplomats. My colleague, Ambassador Andre Groenewald is here, Ms. Tsilolo Mzelele, and others who've worked with us. But one of the other things we're going to soon relaunch is the Forum of Former Ambassadors to make inputs. All the veterans of the liberation struggle, leaders of the African National Congress, and in particular the members of the Women's League, the Shope family, distinguished guests, comrades, and friends. So I want to start with two little anecdotes, personal anecdotes. So a lot was said about the brilliant exploits of Ambassador Sunny Boy Mashimbie. By the way, he's known as Sunny Boy. Yeah. In fact, in 1994, he was the youngest member of Parliament to join Parliament. So, he passed this comment about how, I was his supervisor and everything. But I learned the hard lesson that the Brazilian sociologist Paulo Freire warns us about. The student shall become the professor, and the professor shall become the student. That was my experience with Sunny Boy. He took charge, and he had a strategy whenever we had to do supervision. He would want to do the drinks and the cigars before we start to work. And I soon found out, no, let's reverse it. Let's first go through the chapters and then we can do the rest. Where is Ambassador Lomo? Is she around? Maud. Okay, there she is. I want to tell an interesting anecdote about Ambassador Maud because she knows about the origins of my medical setback. So we traveled to the US last year, and we first went to LA, and then we went to New York. So I didn't follow doctor's orders by first going to the doctor when I developed the symptoms of pins, needles, numbness and stuff. And apparently one of the first symptoms, if you can't use one of your hands to tie your top button, or the other hand, the unaffected hand's crease button, then that's a sign that there's something's wrong. So after the first morning, we all went for breakfast. So I rocked up properly dressed but with the tie hanging instead of tied. And I made this serious diplomatic faux pas. So all the colleagues were sitting around the table, and of all people I could ask to help me to tie the, to help me with the tie and help me with the button, now I ask Ambassador Maud Dlomo, who's a woman, of course. And all the other colleagues said, no, we're not going to sit here. We're going to sit at other tables. It's just too early in this trip to have chat-ups of colleagues and a colleague trying to pick up his boss. It's too early for that. And they all ran. I tried to get assistance from her after that, and she said, I've learned my lesson with you. Thank you, Ambassador Dlomo, for your assistance. So I'm here on behalf of Minister Lamola as his special advisor, an honor that I take very seriously. And it is indeed a singular honor to be here on this day, the 15th of August, the anniversary of the birth of that stalwart, Gertrude Shope. I bring warm greetings from the minister, who deeply regrets that he could not be here. We meet not simply to remember a great South African. We meet because the life of Gertrude Shope speaks directly to the questions that confront our country and our continent today. The unfinished business of women's emancipation is one of those that we should elevate onto the agenda. She was known for her work in women's emancipation, the hard work of mediation and peace building, and the urgent challenge of governing migration in a manner I doubt she would have said that is humane, that is lawful, and that is pan-African. But let us spend some time, just from our perspective, just shortly, on our view on Shope. From her earliest years, she understood that dignity is not a given, it is claimed. It's something we have to work on. She was a teacher by training, a trade unionist by conviction, an organizer by instinct, and a diplomat with sterling temperament. But above all, she was a revolutionary, as we've heard. She came into political consciousness at a time when black women in South Africa carried the double burden, the oppression of race and the oppression of gender. She refused both, and she challenged both fearlessly. She joined the struggle, of course, for the broader liberation of our country. Shope was among the women of the Federation of South African Women who marched to the Union buildings in 1956. She understood the meaning of those words. Wathint abafazi, wathint imbokoro. She understood that. She lived it. Just blame it on my hands as I turn the pages. And that, of course, means you strike a woman, you strike a rock. She was not just a marcher, she was a builder. During the years of exile, Shope served a movement in various parts of the continent, including Tanzania, Zambia, and Nigeria. And I mentioned those three countries in which she played such a prominent role because these are countries that we now have to find ways to re-cement ties because of what President Mbeki eloquently and seriously called anti-revolutionary forces that took it upon themselves to chase out people who look like them, who come from them, And if you do that, it can only be described as a form of self-hate. If you do that to people that stem from your background, that is what apartheid did to us. So let me use this opportunity now already and pose 3 questions. Did we, after the settlement in 1994, do enough work to build a generation of people in our country that understands the African agenda, that understood the African Renaissance movement? Is there a constituency out there in our societies that understands the African importance of our international relations? Or did we neglect to build a constituency that we can take along with us? A simple thing. I mean, how common is it to hear even journalists talk about we're going to Africa? Well, where are you? Are you in Antarctica? Are you part of the EU? I mean, are you not in Africa? The second most serious question I would like to raise: why pick on black people? Why has this thing become a movement, an organized, orchestrated movement against fellow black Africans and not other races? But here is another question I want to ask. When we were bold and stuck up our hands for Israel and against Israel, for the carnage that was happening against the Palestinians, where are those progressive movements on this issue? Why didn't they come out to counter the narratives, to counter the marches, to counter the demonstrations? Where are the progressive organizations in South Africa? And those are 3 questions we're going to have to confront. South Africa's foreign policy under the leadership of Minister Lamola and his predecessors has placed a premium on the role of women, learned from Mashope and other women stalwarts. Peace and security was placed on the agenda, and the role of women should be enhanced in that. Maybe we will have better outcomes in the arenas of peace and security if we bring in that very important constituencies, the mothers that brought us into this world, and carve out a place for them. It is in that spirit that the Gertrude Shoppe Movement Mediation Network was established, organized under the banner, I am a cater for peace. The Gertrude Shoppe Women Mediation Network embodies Mashoppe's enduring belief that, I quote, every generation has got a responsibility to know what its mission is. And I saw it was flighted there. And just on a personal note, after that I have to run because the carnage that was happening in the community of Rega Park happens to be 2 family members of mine. So, but in the spirit of Mashope, we've made a conviction that we're going to reclaim our community against these gangsters and give them meaning for existence. Why name the network after Mashope? Because she embodied what we mean when we speak about mediation, about talks, about engagement. The Gertrude Shoppe Women Mediation Network aligns itself with the African Union's Agenda 2063, with the African Peace and Security Architecture, the Beijing Declaration, and the Platform for Action that we already heard SG spoke about, the Beijing Agenda, the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325. I want to use the occasion to call on our diplomatic partners, our government departments, our civil society organizations to support this network. It is not a ceremonial project. It must become an operational instrument of South Africa's contribution to continental peace and security. Let me now turn to the subject that Sophie Mokoena already put on the agenda, the issue of the video that was flighted, the issue of migration. South Africa has always been a country shaped by movement of people, and by people moving to and fro, shelter and support of fellow African sisters and brothers. We did not have control over the OAU's rational decision in 1963 that if we're going to temper with colonial inherited borders that we inherited from the madness of 1884-85, there could have been more violence coming out of it. During the years of exile, South Africa found refuge in Botswana, Zambia, Tanzania, Nigeria, Angola, Mozambique, Lesotho, Ghana, and many other countries. And some of them paid a heavy price through the brutality of the Swart Gevaar destabilization projects of the apartheid regime. But also we know that the South Africa of today faces real and complex migration challenges. And here we must admit that when it comes to the governance of the migration issue, we should put up our hands and take responsibility, because many of our fellow African citizens will enter legally without the intention to ever return back to their countries. As the most industrialized economy on the continent, South Africa is a magnet for people seeking safety, dignity, and opportunity. We are a destination country, a transit country, and for many, a place of last resort. We must be honest about these pressures. We cannot pretend that they do not exist. The Government of National Unity, working through the Border Management Authority, the Department of Home Affairs, and our enforcement agencies, is seized with the task of restoring integrity to the migration system. We've established the Border Management Authority, but lots also went wrong there. We are also working with our neighbors through SADC and the African Union to address migration as a regional challenge. And here I want to just briefly take you into some confidence. During the officials meeting of the SADC meeting that's taking place in Durban, South Africa put the issue squarely on the agenda and say we must have this frank conversation as the region. The ministers put it on the agenda. And I want to say to you without any equivocation that the president is going to engage his fellow counterparts on this issue to find a regional solution to this complex problem. But what South Africa is definitely not going to permit is to be singled out as the one country where this thing is playing out. I just asked Professor Kwa, as I was sitting next to him, when did that migration crisis between Ghana and Nigeria take place? Because I thought it was 1979, and Prof reminded me it was 1969. And indeed, the tensions in West Africa continues. We tend to be very hostile to each other as African countries, even though we sing loftily at heights about Pan-Africanism. Yet, we all want to control our territories, our little flags, and our currencies, however weak they may be. But South Africa is not running away from the issue. Ghana has attempted to put the issue on the agenda at the African Union. It was SADC who stood by South Africa and said we are not going to allow one country to be singled out on this issue. There is need for a serious continental conversation about this issue. The Pan-African Parliament, Ghana tried to do it again, and again it was Southern Africa. And if truth be told, the reason why there is this solidarity amongst Southern African leaders who stood with South Africa and said, we're not going to allow you to be put in the dock, is because the fingers are going to be pointed at those very governments themselves. And the simple question will be asked, but why is it that so many of your people are leaving? What is wrong in your own countries that they do not want to live? So there's a serious conversation that is happening at SADC level, and I am convinced it will also play out at AU continental level. So let me conclude Minister's input by just saying that today, as we face the noise and heat of migration debates, we need Mashope's spirit. We need the spirit of mediation, not confrontation. We need the spirit of Pan-Africanism, not narrow nationalism. We need the spirit of disciplined governance, not populist theater. And we need the spirit of women leadership, because the very people who are the most affected by conflict and displacement are too often excluded from decisions that shape their lives. Let us therefore leave this gathering with a renewed commitment to strengthen the GERTRUDE SHOPE Foundation's mantras, to manage migration with dignity, lawfulness, and cooperation as South Africa. We reject xenophobia. We reject Afrophobia wherever it rises and wherever it raises its ugly head. To build a South Africa that is secure and a South Africa that is just. And to remember that the rock of our struggle was not only the women of 1956, it is the women of today as well. It is the women of the mediation network. It is the women who cross borders not out of choice, but sometimes out of desperation. And we deserve to serve our problems by protecting, not show our prejudices. Mashope taught us that you do not build a nation by dividing people. You build a nation by organizing people, by mediating between people, and by giving people hope. And before I say the last word, let me say this. While I wish to leave you with the good news that there is a serious debate going on amongst our regional leaders, and there's an understanding, and South Africa is very open and frank about the problems, including the push and pull factors and what SG called the weaknesses, the challenges that we face as a country, the triple helix of poverty, inequality, and joblessness. But there is no reason to blame foreigners for problems that we are failing to address. So I end on a somber note before I conclude with a positive sentence. Having said that, there's an understanding from Southern Africa and a deep appreciation for the openness with which our leaders are engaging on this thing. And I'm saying again, the president is going to have a separate meeting with the 15 members of SADC on this issue and face it frontally. But I have to say to you that sadly I have to agree with Sophie Mokoena. There's a palpable anger in the region. And the anger for me that I'm experiencing is about the idea that, but why do you have to hurt our people? Why do you have to kill? Why do you have to take their belongings in a province very close to two oceans, and say that if you have left the country through deportation or even through voluntary repatriation, then their belongings are seen as trash and you go and destroy it. And another point I want to tell you, as they left South Africa with buses, loads of buses that we contributed to, when they got to the other side of their homes that they've left 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, they find themselves in a humanitarian crisis. They don't know where their homes are anymore. Their families are here. Many of the children are South African citizens, born here. So we have a lot to do on this. The backlash, hopefully, will not to be too severe, but there are genuine attempts to ostracize South Africa, in part because of the constructive, progressive roles we've played internationally, and particularly on the Middle East issue. There are geopolitical dimensions as well. There are forces that is instigating this thing to punish South Africa for positions it has taken. But I can end by saying, let us take courage from the legacy of my Gertrude and go back into our continent. Speak openly, honestly, and frankly, and restore the pride, dignity, and gravitas of this proud nation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Without wasting much time, I'm going to call upon our Minister Chikunga, to make her remarks, and we will then after that call on Usistenji so that we wrap up as quickly as we possibly can, and we still have to have the dialogue that will then take into consideration every presentation that has been made. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Program Directors, Comrade Lindy Zulu and Comrade Sunshine. As it has been said, my name is Cindy Chikunga. I'm a member of the African National Congress in good standing and deployed by it in the presidency. Let me start by apologizing for arriving late. We are bereaved as Chikunga family, and I found it difficult not to see Edwin leave the Chikunga house. And that is the house that received me when I was very young, and being a young Makoti, and I was received into that house. And therefore, I felt like at least attending, even if it was just an hour of his funeral. It's my sister-in-law's firstborn son who passed on and was being laid to rest just this morning in Mpumalanga, around the area of White River far. So I apologize for arriving late. Let me also acknowledge, even in the absentia, May Honorable Baleka Mbete, our former Speaker of the National Assembly, also the former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, and the leader of Baleka Mbete Foundation, but also the stalwart of our struggle, the Chief Executive Officer and Council of Freedom Park, members of the Shope family, veterans and stalwarts of our liberation struggle, leaders of the progressive women's movement, representatives of government, civil society, and the academy, but also let me acknowledge the presence of our acting president of the ANC Women's League and the ANC Women's League members who are here with us and who always support our work as the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, we appreciate and we thank you very much. Bakwethu. Thank you very much. I wish to begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to the Baleka Mbete Foundation for honoring this towering giant of our liberation struggle. We are deeply honored to join you in celebrating Mama GERTRUDE Shope and her birthday, a towering figure in a year that is itself a monument to the courage and sacrifice of South African women. The year 2026, as the President said of the Women's League, marks 70 years since 20,000 women led a march to the Union buildings, a march that shaped the foundation of the very society we find ourselves in today. Program Director, we launched Women's Month and the Platinum Jubilee, which is 70 years, Platinum Jubilee year 2026, under the theme, Empowered Women, Empower Nations. This theme proceeds from a well-established claim about how nations are actually built, nurtured, and sustained. Through this theme, we sought to reassess that and assert that women empowerment is fundamentally about releasing the productive, intellectual, political, and social potential of entire communities and nations. And there is no better illustration of that claim than the giant we have gathered here to honor. GERTRUDE Shope was a trained teacher who gave up her classroom. She was a wife, a mother who raised her children in exile, and a leader who returned home after nearly 25 years to rebuild an organization from ground. The league she rebuilt in the 1990s has produced speakers of parliament, premiers, ministers, CEOs and judges, ambassadors and high commissioners. She empowered an entire generation, and through that generation, she empowered nations. We must also express our sincere gratitude to Freedom Park for hosting the second GERTRUDE Shope Memorial Lecture and for helping us to keep her flame alive. In an era when our children are constantly and often opportunistically told to forget the past and simply be forward-looking, Freedom Park's contribution to resisting historical erasure deserves our recognition. A nation cannot move confidently into its future if it has been taught to forget the people whose sacrifices made that future possible. Program Director, we honor Ma Shope for historical, existential, and epistemic reasons. And many words, however significant, will still fall short of capturing the towering figure that Ma Shope is. And so allow me to borrow the words of Dr. Naledi Pandor when she paid tribute to Ma Shope in August 2022. She said, I quote her, "The name GERTRUDE Shope belongs to a rare breed of women whose impact on the political progress of our country is yet to be fully appreciated. This is a leader who has pursued the vision of freedom with such distinction that her narrative is almost mythic." Program Director, I agree with Dr. Naledi Pandor. To this end, permit a brief moment to reflect on some of these major contributions and the extent to which they continue to shape women's struggle to this day. For the young people in this room, let us be clear about the leaders whose life and the leader whose life we are commemorating. Firstly, we are talking about a trained teacher who walked away from her profession as part of the campaign to boycott Bantu education. She understood that education could either become an instrument of liberation or an instrument through which oppression reproduced itself from one generation to the next. and she chose to disrupt the latter vicious cycle. She put her career aside because her generation understood that Bantu Education Act of 1953 was designed not to educate, but to manufacture servants. This is why the struggle against Bantu education was never about education in and of itself. Mashope and later the students of 1976, whom we are celebrating the 50th anniversary and the Golden Jubilee under the theme Reset at 50, the Future Calls, they understood clearly that Bantu education was a load-bearing pillar of apartheid and of the entire colonial project. Apartheid needed cheap, docile, and undereducated black labor the way the body needs oxygen. To strike at Bantu education was therefore to strike at the economic engine of white colonialism itself. When the children of 1976 rejected the oppressor's classroom, they were rejecting the oppressor's entire design for their lives. Secondly, when you speak of Mashope, we're speaking about a leader of the Federation of South African Women from the late 1950s to the late 1960s. To understand the significance of this role, we must understand the FEDSAW what it represented. Their demands were clear: full equality of opportunity for all women, regardless of race, color, or creed, together with the removal of the social, legal, and economic disability imposed upon women. Thirdly, beyond these two catalytic roles, Mashope went into exile and joined the African National Congress external machinery and its global offensive against the apartheid regime. In each of these roles, Mashope demonstrated the limitless potential of women to excel in every area of human endeavor, even when the odds were heavily stacked against progressive forces. She demonstrated that women are not auxiliary participants in history. She demonstrated the capability of women as organizers, as educators, as diplomats, as political strategists, as legislators, as leaders, and even as revolutionaries. Program director, an internationalist that Mashope was. The question today is, how do we navigate migration and the problems that we are facing today? Firstly, I wish to say that South Africa has a long history of using migration to reproduce patterns of domination, exploitation, and subordination. Apartheid was itself a divisive system built on divide and conquer. The use of migrant labor from the then Bantustans and from our surrounding sister nations was a central part of their pattern of exploitation. In many ways, the manner in which the migration challenge is framed today mirrors that troubled past. We therefore need to historicize it carefully so that we do not lose its context. Secondly, migration has become one of the defining challenges of our time. War, political instability, poverty, economic inequality, persecution, and environmental disasters continue to push people across borders in search of safety and opportunity. And this happens honestly. Across Europe and North America, migration has become one of the sharpest dividing lines in public life. It has strained relations between countries, divided communities within countries, reshaped elections, and deepened arguments about identity, citizenship, belonging, and national responsibility. We must adopt a critical posture towards this experience. On the one hand, the mismanagement of migration has left some communities uncertain about whether their borders, public services, and labor markets are being properly governed. On the other hand, political movements have exploited these failures by turning immigrants into convenient targets for every social and economic problem. We must reject both these extremes. Mismanagement of migration, but of course, the abuse of that. It is wrong to dismiss every public concern about migration as xenophobia. I say it here that I'm not xenophobic. Not because people say I am a foreigner in South Africa. When it all started, I thought it was just a joke. But it then became an issue. And I was actually saying, I'm child number 9 in my family. How is it possible that I'm the only one who is a foreigner? The issue is, first, the manner in which we are defining foreigners is just wrong. It cannot be that if I'm darker in South Africa, it means I'm a foreigner. It cannot be that if I'm not Khumalo Mtungwa, I'm a Chikunga, therefore I'm a foreigner. It cannot be correct. Surnames do not define us as to whether we are South African or we are not South Africans. But these things are happening as a matter of fact. If you define them properly, I'm not very sure that they are not taking the shape of tribalism. And I think it's something that we need to look into. So the point I'm making is that it is equally wrong to treat every migrant as a threat or a person without human worth. Mashope understood the insecurity of migration personally. She lived and worked in Czechoslovakia, Botswana, Tanzania, Zambia, and Nigeria during her years in exile. So Mashope's life also teaches us to look first towards those who carry the heaviest burden. Women, children, older persons, persons with disabilities, refugees, and victims of trafficking are the most exposed when migration systems fail. Their vulnerability must never become an opportunity for exploitation, abuse, or political mobilization. Mashope's record also speaks directly to the posture that the African National Congress must retain. The movement that survived through African and international solidarity must strike a fine balance. At the same time, a liberation movement that built a constitutional state cannot accept lawlessness, corruption, or unmanaged borders. Our responsibility must be to defend both international solidarity and the rule of law. Program Director, my argument is that a country can secure its borders, enforce its immigration laws, and still uphold the dignity of every person within those borders, including immigrants. The dignity even of those who may even be in our country illegally. These responsibilities are not contradictory. Every sovereign country has the right and the duty to know who enters its territory, why they are entering, how long they may remain, and whether they are permitted to work or conduct business. Secure borders are not an act of hostility. They are a basic requirement of an orderly and capable state. But enforcing the law does not mean humiliating people, denying them protection, or encouraging communities to take the law into their own hands. It does not permit citizens to store people in the streets and demand proof of nationality. It does not permit employers to exploit undocumented workers because they are afraid to report abuse. Immigration law must be enforced by authorized state institutions through lawful and fair processes. A human approach does not mean ignoring irregular migration. A firm approach does not mean collective punishment. These distinctions must be determined by the law and by competent public institutions, not by rumors, appearances, accents, or mobs. We can protect our borders without abandoning our humanity. We can enforce our laws without betraying our constitution. And we can certainly secure our communities while remaining true to the African value of Ubuntu. The United Nations Convention provides the first layer of guidance. The 1951 Refugee Convention and its 1967 protocol require countries to give people fleeing persecution and serious danger a fair opportunity to seek protection. At the same time, migrants and refugees have a responsibility to obey the laws of the country that protect them. The Convention on the Rights of Child adds an equally important principle. A child must be treated first as a child, regardless of where the child was born or who the child and how the child entered the country. The safety and the best interest of the child must remain a primary consideration. Our Constitution provides the third layer of guidance. The Bill of Rights deliberately uses the word everyone when it speaks about equality, dignity, freedom, and security. These rights do not disappear because a person was born outside South Africa. Every decision must be lawful. Every person must be treated with dignity. Program Director, the legacy of Ma Gertrude Shope does not ask us to choose between South Africa and the African continent. She was a true internationalist and a passionate Pan-Africanist. Her legacy does not ask us to choose between the rule of law and compassion. It instructs us to build a state that is capable of protecting its people without losing its humanity. The progressive path is South Africa within safer borders and humane institutions. It is a South Africa that works with its neighbors to build an Africa we want, in which people move by choice and not because of desperation. And of course, this is important. And I do agree with yourself, Professor, that it is important for all of us to try and do our best so that our citizens opt to stay in our countries than to leave countries. But of course, there will always be movement between countries and between continents and between our regions. This is how, as myself, I regard empowered women, that they continue to empower nations. Give us the space, we'll empower nations. I thank you very much.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Minister Chikunga. Actually, when I saw that drama on social media, I thought it was just a joke about the Chikunga. Then I realized following that it was really a painful thing for South Africans to start asking, who is Chikunga actually? Where was Chikunga herself born? That just takes us to something that we should not, nobody must find themselves in that space. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask that we just hit a little bit of a song and we stand up a bit because we've been sitting for too long. Health-wise, we're not supposed to sit this long. So ngicela i-women's lead ithi kusishaya nje ngengoma while we welcome uSistenji on stage as the main keynote address speaker today. Ngicela i-panel appreciate that having had everybody speak, including the keynote speaker, will then enable you to pick up all the things that need to be discussed. Thank you very much. Aishingom. Zabalazwe umashope wayekhona emzabalazwe 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 umashope wayekhona emzabalazwe umashope emzabalazweni. Malibongwe. Hayi ndincedile ndatsho ndafudumala. Program directors, ambassadors Lindiwe Zulu and chairperson of the NYDA, Dr. Sunshine Myende. Just before I start, there's something that I just wanted to comment on. As an ANC Women's League member in the ANC in good standing. When Comrade Thabo was giving his message, there were many comrades that were outside taking photos. In fact, it didn't start with him. It started with the person who was before him when there were messages. It's a little sign of our respect and our discipline. Sometimes it comes as a small thing, but it spreads as we get more and more people getting out. And it's also out of disrespect for whoever is speaking. But it's a disrespect about you. When you left home to come and listen to Shope, and you spend most of your time taking photos and making noise. It is fitting for me to say this because ndimdala and Tinan Badala. So I don't think that is something that should be taken badly. It's something that should be taken well, because if we don't correct it and we are yanga ne oldies, who is going to correct the next generation? Distinguished members of the Gertrude Shope family, Lindol, Taninga, children, and the extended family. Former Deputy President of the Republic, Mama Baleke in absentia, and the members of the Mbete family. Minister in the Presidency for Women, Children, and Persons with Disabilities that were going to be about to declare Makahambe. Honorable Tindisiwe Chikunga, sizawutsho namhlanje Makahambe. Distinguished guests, comrades, it is both a profound honor and a deeply personal privilege to deliver the second Gertrude Shope Memorial Lecture. There could hardly be a more fitting place than Freedom Park for this gathering, the site that Mashope herself helped conceptualize and shaped. Here in this sanctuary, women and spirituality intersected to shatter the bondages of the past and actualize national building. The sacred spaces bears witness
to the enduring resilience of women who confronted oppression with their lives, armed with courage, drawing upon the strength, wisdom, and spiritual foundation of African indigenous knowledge systems, a place where the African voice was emancipated. To celebrate her birthday here, in a place that Nelson Mandela himself famously called the People's Shrine, a place of cleansing and healing, is first and foremost to profoundly respect and honor Mashope and her family, and to permanently etch her name in the annals of history as one of the key architects of this national shrine. Yet this august venue is more than stone, landscape, and architecture. It is a living reminder that nations are not built only by those who govern them. They are built by those who sacrifice for them. It is a particularly poignant that we gather on that day, on what would have been Mashope's birthday. By one of those wonderful coincidences life occasionally grants us, it is also the birthday of my son, whom she affectionately referred to as her twin. The significance of today's gathering is further amplified by the fact that we meet during Women's Month, marking 70 years since the historic Women's March in 1956. That generation of women understood something profound. They understood that freedom would remain incomplete for as long as women remained excluded, that the dignity could never be recognized, and that history is not changed by spectators, it is changed by participants. What is less documented in our story is the fact that 2 years before the 1956 Women's March, South African women adopted the Women's Charter. The Charter declared that the level of freedom enjoyed by women was a measure of the freedom enjoyed by society as a whole. Clearly, that generation of women understood that the liberation of South Africa is intrinsically linked and cannot be achieved without emancipation of women. Pretty much like what Thomas Sankara once said, I quote, "The revolution and women's liberation go together. We do not talk of women's emancipation as an act of charity. It is a basic necessity for the triumph of the revolution," close quotes. Mashope belonged to that generation of lodestars, not simply biologically or politically, but spiritually. She carried their convictions. She expanded their work. She devoted her life to ensuring that their vision survived the darkest years of our story. In devoting her life to this cause, she walked in the footsteps of Charlotte Maxeke, Lillian Ngoyi, Rahima Musa, Florence Maposho, and many others. Program Director, whenever we gather to honor giants of our struggle, there is a temptation to focus exclusively on positions held and achievements accumulated. We speak of offices, we speak of accolades, we speak of milestones. Such an approach would fail to capture the essence of Mashope, because the true measure of her life was not what she became, it is what she gave. To understand GERTRUDE requires us to understand the philosophy that shaped her, Ubuntu. Not Ubuntu as a slogan or an abstract cultural principle, but Ubuntu as a lived philosophy and responsibility, underpinned by values such as integrity, ethics, humility, humanity, care, love, compassion, support, respect, and solidarity. The belief that human dignity is indivisible. The belief that none of us can flourish while others remain diminished. The belief that leadership is fundamentally about service. That was the foundation of Megate's life. Esteemed guests, one of the least celebrated but most enduring aspects of Mashope's legacy was her role as a mother. Together with her husband, Comrade Mark Shope, she raised a family whose commitment to public service reflected the values they lived every day. Lindol Shope would become one of South Africa's most respected public servants, while Taninga Shope and the late Lenin Shope would serve the nation in the diplomatic corps. Their lives are a testament to a home where service, discipline, and African values were taught not through instructions alone, but through example. Mashope showed that the struggle was not only fought in political structures, it was also lived around the family table, in the values passed from one generation to the next. In doing so, she demonstrated that one could be both a devoted mother and a revolutionary, leaving behind not only political legacy, but a human one. That human legacy transcended beyond her immediate family. One of the most remarkable aspects of Mashope's leadership was her understanding that every young person arriving in exile came not simply as a cadre, but as a human being carrying hopes, fears, and uncertainties. She worried about their safety, their well-being, and their dignity, as much as she worried about the progress of the struggle. For Megate, there was no separation between the great cause of liberation and the small acts of care that sustained it. She taught us that true leadership is found not only in speeches, strategies, and political victories, but in protecting the humanity of others. That spirit of compassion, courage, and unwavering care was Ubuntu in its purest form, and it was the essence of Megate herself. These unsung facets of her life also explain why she moved so effortlessly between the family, the movement, and the globe. This is why she could engage heads of state and yet remain deeply concerned about the well-being of an individual young woman in exile. This is also why she could think strategically about the future of a movement while worrying about whether a young cadre had eaten or had a place to sleep. To Mashope, there was no contradiction between great political questions and small acts of care, because the purpose of political struggle was always human dignity, nothing less and nothing more. Mashope's story is also a profoundly Pan-African story. Born in Johannesburg and raised largely in Bulawayo, she lived the reality of a connected African long before Pan-Africanism became an organizing doctrine. She grew up in Southern Africa, whose peoples, cultures, and histories were interconnected. Perhaps it is therefore no coincidence that she would become one of the most committed internationalists of her generation. She understood that the oppression of one African people affected all Africans, and that the freedom of South Africa could never be separated from the freedom of the continent. For her, Pan-Africanism was not an ideology. It was a lived experience. It was reality. Program directors, many remember Gertrude Shope as a parliamentarian, a diplomat, and a leader. Yet, before all of those roles, she was a teacher. I have often thought that it is perhaps one of the most important keys to understand her life, teaching. Teaching teaches patience. It teaches hope. It teaches investment in the future. Teaching requires faith in people who you may never see fully realize their potential. When apartheid introduced Bantu education, Mashope immediately recognized what was at stake. This was not merely a disagreement about policy, but a deliberate assault on the future of the African child. It sought to prepare the African children for subservience rather than citizenship. She understood that liberation began in the mind. And once one understood that, neutrality becomes impossible. It was through education that the teacher became an activist, and through activism that the activist became a revolutionary. At this point, I invite us to pause and imagine the breadth of Mashope's shoulders, the burden they carried, the generations they lifted, the responsibilities they sustained. Those shoulders carried a movement from exile. They carried women whose voices were often marginalized. She embodied what African leadership has often looked like at its best: firm in principle, compassionate in practice, disciplined in conduct, and generous in spirit. Throughout exile and later in democracy, she dedicated herself to ensuring that women occupied not merely supporting roles within society, but positions of genuine influence and authority. As head of the ANC Women's Section and later president of the ANC Women's League, she understood that democracy could never be meaningful if half the population remained excluded. Yet, she also recognized something deeper. Women's emancipation is not a women's issue, it is a societal issue. As the Women's Charter of 1954 correctly observed, the degree of freedom enjoyed by women reflects the degree of freedom enjoyed by society. If women remain unsafe, unequal, and economically marginalized, then our democratic project remains unfinished. She herself once said, I quote, "The liberation of women is not a favor to women. It is a precondition for the liberation of society as a whole," close quotes. For many women of my generation, Mashope Meketi was far more than a political leader. She was a compass. She mentored not through speeches, but through example. She demonstrated that authority and humility can coexist. That conviction does not require arrogance. That strength does not require cruelty. Many women who would later occupy senior leadership positions through guidance, confidence, and inspiration from her example. I count myself as one of those privileged students. Though she may not have managed to create some of us in her own image, she probably was more disappointed than satisfied with some of us. She actually rejoiced seeing women occupy some of the highest offices in our constitutional democracy: the Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the women premiers, the Auditor General, the Public Protector, and other women leaders across the institutions. But I doubt that she would have mistaken representation at the top for the completion of the struggle for the total emancipation of women. Not some, but all. Mashope's deeper preoccupation would have remained the lived experience of majority of women in this country: their economic security, their physical safety, their dignity, and their ability to provide for themselves and their families. Because for Meketi, the measure of progress could never simply be how many women occupy positions of power. It would be where the women at the margins of power, it was going to be where that the women at the margins of power were themselves experiencing a better life. It would also be about whether quantitative representation translated into transformation of gender relations and creation of a non-patriarchal society. Program Director, Few appreciate Mashope's role in shaping young revolutionaries. Alongside our leaders such as Florence Moposho, she understood that liberation would survive only if each generation consciously prepared the next. The spirit of the ANC Masupatsila, the pioneers, was not merely about young people's organization. It was about producing young Africans rooted in discipline, service, solidarity, and sacrifice. Throughout her life, she understood something that all great revolutionaries come to appreciate, that no struggle can survive unless each generation consciously prepares the next. I want to repeat this, that no struggle can survive unless each generation consciously prepares the next. Last night I was in a virtual of the ANC Women's League, and we spent a lot of time talking about the baton. The older people don't want to give us the baton. The younger people want to grab the baton. So they did not understand. So consequently, Mashope believed that experience carried a responsibility to guide, to nurture, and develop others. And she understood that the saying that inyati ibuzwa kwabaphambili. Whether as a community activist in Soweto, a leader in the Federation of South African Women, a cadre in exile, head of the ANC Women's Section, president of the ANC Women's League, parliamentarian, or elder of the movement, she invested herself in the development of others. The importance of investing yourself in the development of others. As Charlotte Maxeke would say, lift as you rise. Therefore, the greatest leadership achievement was not the position she occupied, but the leaders she helped produce. Every memorial lecture should ask a difficult question, not simply who a leader was, but what they would say to us now. And I find myself returning to that question. What would Mashope say about South Africa today? I believe she would celebrate our achievements, our constitutional democracy, women's representation. She would celebrate the many opportunities we have, which were denied previously. But I doubt if she would mistake progress for completion. She would still be concerned by the latest State South Africa reports that show women making up the majority of those living in poverty, accounting for 53.6% of the country's poor population. She would also be concerned that Black Africans overwhelmingly bear the burden of poverty, comprising 93% of all poor persons in the country. 93% of all poor persons in the country are Black. She would also be concerned by the gender employment gap, which shows that women are more likely to be unemployed, showing a rate of 36.4 as against men's 29.6. She would be perturbed that female workers earn approximately 14% to 30% less than their male counterparts. She would be troubled that white males continue to occupy the highest earning tiers, while Black female remains at the absolute bottom, with white males earning 550% more than Black females. White males earn 550% more than Black females. She would also be troubled by corruption, which costs the taxpayer between 200 and 400 billion annually, thus robbing the poor, women, and most marginalized of much needed services, infrastructure, and opportunities. She would be concerned that despite being declared a national disaster, violence against women has not been arrested, with nearly 40% of South African women experiencing physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. Importantly, roughly 1 in 4 women, 23%, have suffered physical or sexual abuse, specifically at the hands of an intimate partner. The philosopher Frantz Fanon once wrote, I quote, "Each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it," close quote. Mashope transformed this powerful idea into a challenge directed at all of us. She asked, I quote, "Every generation has got a responsibility to know what its mission is. Mine is to liberate the country. What is yours?" Perhaps we can each one of us ask herself or himself, what is my mission? That question hangs over us today. Her generation confronted apartheid. What is the defining struggle of ours? I would suggest that our mission is the struggle to make freedom meaningful, to translate political freedom to economic inclusion, to translate constitutional rights to lived dignity, to build a society where opportunity is not determined by birthplace, class, gender, or income, to restore ethical leadership, to rebuild trust, to strengthen social cohesion, to deepen Pan-African solidarity, and to ensure that future generations inherit a society stronger than the one we received. Let me return to the question, Africa, migration, and our mission. If Gertrude Shope were with us today, I believe she would remind us that migration cannot be understood only through the language of borders, legality, numbers, and national interest. These questions matter. Governments have a responsibility to manage borders. Minister has just told us this. States have a responsibility to protect their citizens. Nations have a responsibility to ensure that migration is orderly, safe, and properly governed. It is not only happening to us, it is a global phenomenon. But there is another responsibility that cannot be legislated away, the responsibility to remember the human being behind the migration, the human being behind the migrant. Africa has always been a continent of movement. People have crossed borders in search of safety, opportunity, work, education, family, and dignity. South Africans themselves have crossed borders for precisely these reasons. Mashope herself crisscrossed the world in search for peace and dignity for the majority in this country. Our own liberation struggle was sustained by people who crossed borders. They found refuge in countries that were not their own: Angola, Zambia, Tanzania, Lesotho, Eswatini, Cuba, Czechoslovakia, and many others. They were welcomed, they were fed, they were educated, they were organized and protected by people who could have chosen to say, this is not our problem. We must never be blind to the legitimate realities, though. There are concerns about undocumented migrants, criminal networks, human trafficking, and the capacity of the state to be managing movement effectively. These concerns cannot simply be dismissed, but neither can fear become a substitute for policy. Equally, frustration cannot be allowed to become a license for dehumanization. It is fact that some communities are experiencing pressure on housing, schools, healthcare, employment, and public service. But Megeti would not have allowed us to protect our own humanity by denying the humanity of others. She would not have allowed the vulnerability of migrants to become an opportunity for political mobilization through division. As we confront migration, we need neither idealism nor hostility. We need wisdom and courage. We need policy. We need cooperation between African states. We need to address the conditions that drive people from their home. Mashopa would have urged leaders to practice restraint. When crude statements come from leaders about this and that country conducting itself in this and that manner, and such are largely circulated in social media, that can only mean that we are no longer honest. We are not being honest about the issue we're confronted by, or we are failing to engage each other honestly. Pan-Africanism must become a practice of shared responsibility. Mashopa's life gives us some guidance. That principle must survive changing circumstances. That solidarity requires action. That internationalism begins with recognizing our shared humanity. Perhaps in this moment of migration anxiety, we need to liberate our humanity from the fear that tells us that another person's dignity diminishes our own. So on this day of our 101st birthday, in this sacred place during a Women's Month that asks us to remember the courage of those who came before us, perhaps we should not ask whether Gertrude Shope is still relevant. She is. The more important question is whether we are still worthy of the question she left us. Mine was to liberate the country. What is yours? History will not judge us simply by how eloquently we remembered Mashope. History will judge us by whether we honored the philosophy of Ubuntu, which she embodied, whether we honored Pan-Africanism, which she lived. On this day, we remember a teacher who became a revolutionary who became a leader who became a mentor, and a mentor who became a moral compass to generations. Her journey is complete. Ours is not. The torch she carried now rests in our hands. May we carry it with courage. May we carry it with the courage of Charlotte Maxeke, the discipline of Oliver Tambo, the internationalism of Fidel Castro, the conviction of Thomas Sankara. May we carry it in the service of those who come after us, and the unwavering faith in Africa that define the life of Gertrude Shope. May her soul and spirit continue to guide us. Malibongwe.
Malibongwe. Igama labantu abasha. I wanted to change the tone so that I can see if you are listening. Malibongwe. Igama labantu abasha. Thank you very much. Siyabonga kakhulu ma for that powerful keynote address. I think all of us can go home with something that we've learned. I always say, bawuyenda when kuthiwa a keynote address, always bring a notebook and a pen so that you're able to learn and write down some of the things that you might need to reflect on. later on. It's very important for us, particularly as this generation. Now, we've gotten to the most interesting part, but ile part elawulwa yimina, nabona, where we're going to speak. So, this is how we're going to have this particular session in our programs, as reflected as the dialogue. So we have we have Uma Zanele Sabela, we have Prof. Eddie Maloka, we have Prof. Kwesi Pra, we have Ambassador Dlomo, we have Dr. Jane, as well as Dr. Rabele. Nizulu Mam Gertrude, one of the things that she loved was educated people. And it's nabeza bantu that I'm calling to all of them, Dr. Ban. Very, very important. So as the younger generation, let's go to school. Okay, can I be assisted with the mics? We have Uma Uzanele Sabela, who's going to speak first. We're not going to call them to the front due to time. Tinabanya sino shugela, sesifuna ukuhamba. Yabo. Angithi khona bakhona nginoshugela nabo. Thank you very much. So sizoqala ngomam Zanele Sabela, just your reflections ma as a representative ukuthi what are some of the discussions that we need to have. You know, 2 days ago the Statistician General released the unemployment statistics, and someone on social media commented wathi, now that nithe abahambe seniqashiwe yini. It's a discussion that we need to have. Are we having a migration issue? Are we having an unemployment issue? Are we having an economic issue? Those are the deliberations that we need to have. Over to you, Mam Zanele. Your 2 minutes start now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunshine.
Cela nimvulele. Okay, ungeza ngaphambili Mam Zanele because abakuboni ngalana.
Yeah,
oh,
we
okay.
asked them to come on to
okay,
the stage.
not a problem. Kubaningi abantu abangilawulayo. Yabona. Ngalana umphathi wami naye ukhona. Yabona. Okay, Mam Zanele, can you please come on front? Can we have Prof. Eddie Maloka coming as well? Can I have Prof. Kwesi Pra coming on stage? Can I have Ambassador Dlomo also coming on stage? And Dr. Jane Mufamadi, as well as Dr. Rabele. Can we clap hands for them as they're coming on stage? Our theme today says deepening Pan-Africanism, women's stewardship, and social cohesion amidst Africa's evolving migration landscape. I'm reading this out loud so that after this panel, we're going to take questions from the panel, from the floor, as well as input. So this is our discussion, but mainly as Minister, as well as our Secretary General alluded, issues of unemployment, issues of migration, or what exactly are the issues that we're dealing with. I'm going to sit down so that I direct the panel accordingly. Thank you very much. So, I'm going to start with the professors. No, I'm going to, or maybe let's start with ladies. Ladies first, it's Women's Month. Mam Zanele, I'll start with you. So, tell us from COSATU, with the recent unemployment statistics that we received, one, as an ordinary person, they argued that it's foreigners that are taking our jobs. Nithe abahambe, bahambile, then what?
Hi, Sunshine. So, like you rightly said, it was early this week that the unemployment stats came. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. It was early this week that the unemployment stats came out, and they've gone up. So as COSATU, we look at the expanded definition, which includes discouraged work seekers, people who have been looking for a job, haven't gotten one. We're sitting at 43.8%. Slowly, we are going towards half of the working force not having a job. And when you look at young people between 15 and 34, that rate is sitting at 55.3%. That's quite a lot of people. So more than half of young people do not have a job. When you talk about the fact ukuthi bahambile manje nutholile yini umsebenzi lo, the fact of the matter is we know of sectors where predominantly there are employers actually make it a point ukuthi they employ undocumented foreign nationals precisely so they can actually exploit them. And they do. And we've seen those very horrible pictures where people are being pulled from under the bed because they were told by employers, go and hide under the bed. We've seen someone falling from the ceiling because they were told by the employer, ukuthi, Kwela, exactly. And so in terms of this, as the labor movement, we are taught ukuthi, we mustn't divide the working class. Working class in South Africa and the working class elsewhere are the same people and we mustn't divide them. The people that we need to be directing our anger at is the employers. And we do direct our anger at the employers because they want to exploit people, pay them less than minimum wage, make them work 7 days a week, make them live where they actually work under very appalling circumstances. And so we've seen those things. But then the other people that unfortunately, and since I have the opportunity, Minister, the other people we need to direct our anger at is government. This government has been sleeping at the wheel. We've been sleeping at the wheel. We only now are seeing Deputy Minister Jomo Sibiya pushing on the labor inspections. The labor inspectors in this country are only sitting at 2,300 for a working, for a working force of over 16 million. That can't be that you're looking for that very small portion of people to be doing inspections. There has been this thing, the president said during his State of the Nation, we will take up labor inspectors to 10,000 by 2029, I think. That is too slow. We're moving too slowly. We can't have that. There are sectors in agriculture, hospitality, construction, where people are being really, really exploited. And we all know this, and we see it all the time. Government has been sleeping at the wheel. Government has been sleeping at the wheel in terms of policing our borders. Government, in this, we have immigration laws. They must be followed. We can't have a free-for-all. This government has been sleeping at the wheel, and we need to see that stopping. We can't expect, there is a famous case right now of Adechina, the young woman who was a Miss South Africa finalist, who is now trying to come back into the country. And it's good that, she's being given her opportunity to go to court and make sure that she secures her rights. But very little is being said about whoever's identity Adechina's mother stole. Where is that person? This person is now faceless. And so as it is, as much as we cannot, we need to have this outlook that says we cannot be an island by ourselves, because immigration is all about that, about the fact that people will, some comrade has said that, it's immigration is people following the bright lights. Where they perceive there is development, that's where people will flock to. But continentally, we also need to speak about this uneven development. Other governments also need to come to the party and be held to account. What is it that they're doing? Why are their citizens running away? I'm not leaving. You are not leaving. Why are people leaving their countries? And so in terms of that, it's not xenophobic by all means. And we do not condone vigilantism. But we do say, South Africans have been through a lot, and when we are looking at them getting jobs, it must be them first. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zanele.
My minister is going to ensure that young people are employed as labor inspectors. Maybe sometimes it's because young people have been left outside. So once we employ young people, there's going to be progress. So she's working on that. So we, throughout the morning, Prof. Kwesi Pra, we have spoken about Pan-Africanism. What does it mean in a practical manner, outside of speeches, outside of us just talking? What does it mean to an ordinary citizen in South Africa, ohleli emakhaya, that have been caught up in this march and march thing? What is it that we're going to do to ensure that we educate everyone on Pan-Africanism? Over to you, Prof. Your 2 minutes starts now. Oh, there he is. Oh, okay. Over to you, Prof.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Well, I think I should start by reminding us of the historic significance of South Africa to the notion, the idea, the movement, the creation of first instrumentalities, the first institutions towards the establishment and the creation of a Pan-Africanist ideal. People don't know this, but generally the people in the diaspora, particularly across the sea in the Western world, know this, that you never see Africa whole until you are out of it. That when you are out of Africa, you realize that in fact Africans share much more than divides them historically in the global scheme of things. And well, they say it because they particularly, over the past 300, 400 years, were put in a position which forced them to realize this. Over the past 400, 500 years, they realized, they saw it happen, because by 1855, a third of the people of African descent, a third of the people of African descent in the whole world were outside Africa. And you can be sure that they didn't go away with passports. They were forced under duress, sold across as chattel. And till today, you're well aware of the fact that many of them want to return. It's their right. They were taken by force out of Africa. Now, the other thing we have to remember is that that process is much shorter in African history, because we must see ourselves as people with history. We didn't fall from the sky. We've been here longer than any other people. Humanity started right here. We've been on this planet for as long as any people. But that process started much earlier, if you want to look at us collectively. But 1,000 years before the Westerners in the 15th century, the late 15th century, started taking us out of Africa, the process had gone on. Thousands, millions had been taken out to destinations, not only in the Western world, but in Asia. I have myself had the fortune of visiting places in India where I met African Indian communities, Siddhis they are called. They have their own villages, Africans. And they've been there for hundreds of years. You see, There is the story of when you go to Oman, for example, Oman in the Gulf states, scores, many Africans, people of Africans, and all of whom were taken away as slaves. The CDs, I was able to invite some of them here to South Africa in 2014 when we had the 8th Pan-African Congress. We organized it here in Johannesburg, and we brought the CDs here, and it was an experience because lots of people didn't know that even there were Africans who had been taken to India and had villages. I went to the villages where 90% of the people you could see distinctly were of African descent. So these are some facts we have to remember. The other fact, the third fact I would like to draw attention to, is that, in fact, in 1897, there was a Scottish man called Kinloch who had been working in South Africa, in the Rand area, and who was married to a Zulu lady. So her initials are A.V. Kinloch. And they were in Britain going around giving lectures on the conditions in the reef, in the mines, because the mining had been in operation for about 15 years before then. And they were talking in Britain about what was happening, what had happened, and what was happening in South Africa with these camps where people were working under semi-slave conditions, kept in these compounds, and then utilized as labor. And in fact, it was through these lectures which the Zulu lady was giving in Britain that a young man from Aruca in Trinidad called Henry Sylvester Williams heard about the goings on in South African mines and the conditions in which human beings were being kept in compounds. And it was that which led to Henry Sylvester Williams going forward and saying we want to organize an association, an African association for all Africans. It was a period when pan movements were emerging right through Europe. And so they decided in 1898 to call it the Pan-African Association. And in 1900, they organized the first Pan-African Congress. It was this Zulu lady was present with her husband, the Scottish man, Kinloch. And this was also the meeting at which Sylvester Williams brought in people like Dubois, the African-American Dubois, and so on and so forth. So it's important for us, people don't know this. The role of this Zulu lady who first pushed the whole story forward, which created the term Pan-Africanism, the emergence of the term Pan-Africanism at that point. So I don't draw attention to these facts because it's just an interesting historical fact, and it weighs on us of the present generation that we should be aware of these things, that we should be thinking about these things. Now, when it comes to migration, the second point,
Prof,
I have this to say. Oh, just a few more minutes.
Okay, can I give you 1 minute?
Okay.
1 minute.
When it comes to migration, what you must remember is that migration has been going on for a very long time, and it's not going to be stopped, by anything. It's been going on for a very long time. But migration and the repercussions which we have seen here recently with March on March and whatever they call it. Now, it's something which happens throughout Africa. In 2001, there was a meeting in Durban on racism, xenophobia, and related intolerances, you would recall. I organized a forum there.
Yes.
And then we did a paper on foreign natives, on their concept and the notion or the idea of foreign natives. And in there, I explained that, in fact, in 1969, the Ghanaian government, under a government leadership of a man like Buzia is supposed to be the first African sociologist professor, trained in Oxford and so on. He led a government which was expelling other Africans. 200,000 were expelled from Ghana. I was in Europe at that stage. I was teaching in Heidelberg, in Germany. But I knew, I followed it all. And they kicked them out, including people who I'd gone to school with. My own classmates from year one, primary, they were Nigerians. They were kicked out of the country. Later on, years later, Professor Jules Delaya,
he's fine.
Professor Jules Delaya told me.
Yes.
Professor Jules Delaya was a professor in Niger.
Sorry, colleagues and comrades. Prof is finishing. Just 30 seconds. Let's give him 30 seconds.
Well,
yes, Prof. Your mic is not working anymore. Okay, here you are.
Jules Delaya told me that they created a place in Niger, not Nigeria, Niger, in Niamey, a whole neighborhood called Korambuzia. Korambuzia, meaning those that Buzia kicked out of Ghana in 1969. They had established a whole neighborhood. I have myself in the 1980s in Kenya, where I was working for ICIPE, International Center for Sociology and Ecology, that they were chasing after Somalis. And you remember that in Niger, in Kenya, the northeast of Kenya is in fact Somali. You know, the Somalis there, it's like in the Bellis here, in the Bellis in Zimbabwe. It's ridiculous to chase in the Bellis from here.
Yes.
And the Bellis are there, and it doesn't make any sense. There are other...
Thank you very much. Can we please clap hands for Prof? Because myself, I want to be a professor, so that's why it was difficult for me to stop him. But I'm sure Prof has a lot of articles that you've written and a lot of public lectures that you do.
One last sentence.
Yes, Prof.
Listen.
Comrades, please.
Listen. This is important. What faces us now in Africa is how to center our languages in our development. There is no group on earth, anywhere, which has made progress and marched forward on the basis of a foreign language, on borrowed languages. Please, let's wake up, Africans. This is what is keeping us backward, because the majority of the people, the languages they speak, should be the languages which you use to develop them. No. If you look at Asia, after 1945, after the Second World War, when they decolonized, India became free in 47, Pakistan 47, Vietnam kicked out the Japanese 45, had to fight again till 54, but none of them is using a foreign language. They are all we have to start. It will bring Africans together.
Yeah.
Nguni is spoken here, is spoken in Swaziland, is spoken in Zimbabwe, is spoken in Malawi, Tumuka, is spoken in Tanzania as Chingoni. is spoken in Zimbabwe, Ndebele, Sutu Tswana, because it's not Sutu and it's Tswana. These are separate divisions created by Christian missionaries. It has nothing to do with the reality. You know, there is no reason why the Sutu, which is written in Lesotho, in Morija, started by the French Evangelical Mission, should be different from the Sutu, which is spoken 25 kilometers across the border in South Africa. Please, let's wake up. We can't make progress if we locate our development in the hands of foreign languages like colonial languages. The last thing is that would bring us together. That is what the soft way of empowering the people, and we will be able to have universities which cater for our languages across borders slowly, like we used to do when I first came to Southern Africa. UBLS, University of Botswana, Lesotho, and Swaziland.
Yes.
East Africa, East African universities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Because women prepared themselves, I'm going to give you 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Prof.
I think I'm told that the caterers want to go. So I think, Prof, you've spoken for all of us. Excellently. I've worked with Professor Kwesipra for many years. I also know his family. His son, he entrusted his son also to me. So I can also say to others that Prof has spoken for all of us, not everybody. So please, can you close the panel and release us, please?
Prof, you're fired. Next time we're not going to call you to a panel. Because women came here prepared. They want to speak. We must allow them 30 seconds of their time. 30 seconds starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Program Director. I think it's interesting every time you put diplomas and scholars together.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you were the one who's managing this. And so a couple of facts. What we are seeing in South Africa now, the violence, the attacks, those are targeted at victims of terrible governance in African countries. I had thought there would be many diplomats from African countries, because what I always think of during the discussions around migration is what is it that Botswana and Namibia are doing differently? When we talk about Zamazamas and Abahambe, you hardly hear this, anyone from Botswana or from Namibia. What is it that those countries are doing differently that Lesotho, Zimbabwe, Malawi are failing to do? Second point, migration, as we know, is good for humanity. It has so many advantages. We exchange knowledge, builds families, trade, all of that, but it has to be controlled. The challenge is poor governance in many of the African countries that fail to provide and protect citizens, therefore outsourcing their responsibilities, their duties onto South Africa. Prof, lastly, Prof, you mentioned you'll be in Durban. This is my strong message to our leaders, that they should really stop outsourcing their responsibilities to South Africa and address the challenges in their countries, economic, political, and otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, May. You can pass over the mic. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Thank you very much. I think Prof has raised a very important issue around the African diaspora and Pan-Africanism. And I think there's a lot we can learn from other countries on how we can really make a difference in our economy by embracing those in African diaspora who are rich, who are investors, but who share the same history, and how we can go forward. The second one is our national issue. Government creates an enabling environment. It's the private sector which creates jobs. And we hear all the time that there are not enough skills in South Africa, so they have to employ people outside. That's a fundamental discussion we need to have with the private sector, because everywhere you go, you have a good relationship between the employer and the universities or TVET colleges. The third one, we in DERCO have trained women in mediation, conflict resolution. Over 1,000 have been trained. We are saying, as Tinto pointed out there, humanity. I had a meeting the other day with the ambassador of Mozambique, and she said somebody gave birth at her gate, and there was nobody to deal with that woman, was waiting to be taken back to Mozambique. And they had to bring in a plastic bag to just hold everything together with her while they were waiting for the ambulance. We need to step in. As mediators, as women in this space, and we are capable of doing it, let's come together and start engaging in that humanity which Mashope has prepared us for. But more importantly, we are proposing that South Africa must establish a peace center, which would bring all of us, where we are better coordinated, where the women can come in, the youth have to come in, everybody else have to come in, but we have to be better coordinated to make a better impact. I can go on forever.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, 30 seconds, that's now.
Thank you so much. I think for me, we need to, firstly, I've got 3 questions that I think we need to look at. It seems like we're dealing with the symptoms and not the root causes. So the question is, what are the push factors? Why are people leaving their homes? Because it can't be easy to leave your family, your culture, and everything you know, and go to another country. It may seem that the conditions, the risk of staying at home becomes higher than the risk of the unknown. So we need to deal with these issues: economic suffocation, bad governance, politics, conflicts, and so forth. And the second question, why is it so easy to enter South Africa? What are we dealing with here? The corruption, also again the issue of bad governance on our side, the syndicate economy where fraudulent documents are produced for slaves and human trafficking, and obviously the vast unmonitored borders where the technology is not enough, the warm bodies are not enough to man our borders. And lastly, who is the enabler for all of this? Because we are blaming each other, South Africa is being blamed. And this is a multi-layered issue about the enabler. Obviously, the government officials, and on both sides, the failures in the home countries where our brothers come from. And of course, I think Madam here indicated the corporates that wants cheap labor, slave salaries, which South Africans refuse. And therefore, my submission is we need to deal with these issues honestly and take collective and individual responsibility as state parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sweet and short. We can't conclude this conversation without hearing the voices of young people in the room. I'm going to request Comrade Watu that you stand up and make 30 seconds of your inputs. And then I'm also going to take one young woman this side. Yes, Comrade Watu.
Thank you very much to our facilitator and all protocols observed due to the issue of time. For us as young women in this country, when we speak about Pan-Africanism, let us be very honest. We have inherited a history through our educational system that has robbed us of the rich history of our democracy and where we come from. And so the generation that we are leading does not appreciate or even understand or comprehend Pan-Africanism. And so when we are speaking about foundations like GERTRUDE SHOPE, memorial lectures, we need to understand that we are leading and organize what you call it, a generation where we need to start from the grassroots. Because the March to March participants believed that it was all about unemployment, but they did not understand that it was a greater geopolitical struggle of undermining South Africa. Because we are a pillar of democracy, we are a pillar globally of humanity. That is who we are as South Africa. Now I went to another country and I started understanding why someone would leave their own country to become a domestic worker. Comrades, our African brothers and sisters within the liberation movements have not done justice to their people. Because their sentence is like, comrades. And so you are asking yourselves and you are fighting, but there is a class struggle. We cannot be divided as African people and as African women. Because in their own country, they do not have that grant that we talk about. Their children are dying. They get raped and they have nowhere to go. That is the reality. And so Pan-Africanism, when we are speaking as the Women's League and the Young Women's Desk, we need to understand that when we speak, we don't speak for ourselves, but we speak for the continent. That is the privilege that we have, comrades. In that when your domestic worker gets taken by someone because they need protection in South Africa because they are illegal, that is problematic, because we as African women need to take care of each other and understand that the problem is bigger. They don't have hospitals. They don't have clinics. When they suffer and no one listens in their own countries. And so when we speak, let us maybe, when you're talking about the peace collaboration, we need to understand that they too need to be organized in a way that protects their dignity as Africans. They have nothing back there, Makai. I'm not saying they must come here illegally. But they are being abused right before us. But because we call them illegal, this is why some of them have been trafficked. Not everyone is here freely and willingly, but they have nowhere to go. And so when women speak, when African women speak, we need to understand that we are not just speaking on behalf of South Africans, but the African voice needs to be one that is united. Siyabonga. So I think a way forward from our end is to say that let us mobilize and organize even those that are here illegally. Because you would find that they also need someone to help them to fight for those clinics in their own countries. Their governments are not listening. They don't have these platforms.
Thank you, President. There was one last hand that I wanted to take this side. There is a young woman there at the back. Your 30 seconds starts now.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone and the panelists. My name is Zanele Mazibuko, a Pan-Africanist in good standing. My question is just one, short one. And I just like to know, Guti, because we Africans are oral people. We talk about everything. So my question is, how do we move Pan-Africanism into, from political speeches and ideology, from an ideology, yes, that word. How do we move Pan-Africanism from political speeches to be a more practical, maybe even a unified border policies that can respect human dignity?
Yeah.
How do we do that? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's a very important question that we're going to answer during lunchtime. Okay, colleagues, my co-program director, Umbuga Gambi Manje, so I need to finalize and conclude this particular panel. Thank you very much, my fellow panel members. We can go ahead and take our seats. Thank you very much for participating. And my sincere apologies for cutting you short. Thank you very much, Paul. I'll go and read your word. Thank you very much. As we prepare for the podium to be brought back, another conversation that, comrades, I know Guti was supposed to break for lunch. Shh. One of the discussions that we need to have is, how do we ensure that an ordinary young woman or an ordinary young man participates in the Africa free trade? Do they even know that? So those are the discussions that we need to have at a grassroots level. There's a young person from Mpumalanga that we funded as the NYDA, who currently sells or produces things that he exports to Zambia, who exports to Mozambique and Swaziland. How do we ensure that we multiply that particular young man into other young people in the continent as well as in the SADC region? I think, colleagues and comrades, we have come to the end of our program because today it's birthday, it's a happy birthday. We're going to cut the cake. So this is how we're going to do the cutting of the cake. We're going to request the Honorable Minister in our presence, the SG of the NC Women's League, the family and our other dignitaries to come forward. Co-program director, yes, we can do that. Then after the cutting of the cake, we're going to get our closing remarks and vote of thanks from Ms. Peta Nongeba Mashinini from the Bato Trust trustee. Maybe we can, there's a song that Umam Bata said they used to sing about Umam Shope. It has Lindel Umam Shope ne Bazuka. That's a song that we're going to sing as we're honoring her birthday. We're going to sing that, and then we're also going to say happy birthday. We're going to sing happy birthday. Okay, those that are talented to sing, they can start the song. Can we request our Honorable Minister and the SG and the other leaders to come forth, as well as our dignitaries, Prof, that can come on front so that we're able to cut the cake. And the family kindly join us as we're cutting the cake. Silindele wena uphwatu sape silindeli bazuka si how in that wena sana silindeli bazuka silinde wena silindeli bazuka Sabalazweni imsabalazwe Shope wayekhona imsabalazwe imsabalazwe Shope wayekhona imsabalazwe Misphetha noNceba. Amandla awethu ngicela njoba siqukula umam Misphetha noNceba eze ngaphambili. Mamshophe wayekhona emzabalazo. Emzabalazo. Sulashi. Emzabalazo. Are you able to sing? Emzabalazo. Amandla. As we allow the minister and all our dignitaries to take a seat, and we're just going to have a minute from Umam Nonceba Mashinini.
Good afternoon, Molweni, Sanbonani. I stand on all the protocol because I've been given 5 minutes. I'm truly grateful on behalf of Batu Trust, which was established by Dr. Peyes Nodie, Dr. Nelson Mandela, Dr. Enos Mabuza, and Tate Walter Sisulu, whose values were expressed and emulated today by our speaker, Umam Tenji, when she gave us the lecture. Sikvile, siyabulela ukuba usiqeqeshe. Umzali wenze njalo. Wenje njalo noMashophe xa wayeqeqesha uambassador Mashimbie nabanye. I'm deeply grateful and honored to share on behalf of Batu Trust. I think closing remarks of gratitude for today. We heard that Umama GERTRUDE SHOPE and her generation of women represent courage, honesty, and integrity, which was shared with us today by various speakers in a very intimate way. And we heard about Umama as a nurturing person. There is power in nurturing. Mama, young ladies, do know that there is power in nurturing. Let's use it strategically. Let's use it to grow, to build, and to love. And there's also protection in nurturing. That's the power that we have. We heard how people were protected, how she engaged with various individuals when they were in the exiled countries. We heard about Umama as umkhokheli. So leadership is not a title. Leadership is about serving. We've heard how she has selflessly gave of herself and served us as the nation. She was an international icon rooted within African roots and embraced broadly to those that she came across. She was a soldier with a heart. We heard that was shared with us. It is said her profession was teaching, but as I listened, I grasped an educator. She was an educator consistently, continuously, intentionally throughout her life. A formidable listener, which I think is what we were challenged to also embrace. Listen. Young people listen to adults. Adults listen to young people. It is in collective engagement of conversations that the voice of reason will emerge. We also had a quote of Amical Cabral that was said here, which is hide nothing from the masses, tell no lies, rather expose the lies wherever they are told, because she stood for the values of honesty and integrity. So for me, in gratitude to all the individual preeminent honorable speakers that shared with us this morning, the challenge is Mam Getty has served, Mam Betty has run her race, she has lived well, she earned Isitwalande. And it is through participation that we can make a difference and a change, not by spectating. What are you going to do? What difference are you going to make in your area of influence? What impactful contributions are you going to make for others? She lived beyond for her own family. She lived for all of us. We heard that people are impoverished by colonization and imperialism, and that still exists even today. How are we going to decolonize? So without messing up with the protocol, I think I'd like to say on behalf of Bachu Bachu Trust, whose values I think embraced by Mam Shope's values, and the integrity that she stood for is what we stand for. I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude for being present in honoring her in her 101 year of living. We heard that she was a spiritual person. We all are spiritual beings, and she embraced spirituality. I met Mama when I was 20 years. Lusaka. I had gone with a delegation at the time from SACC. And Umama did call me aside and said, Masisulu told me about you. You must go back home and go back to school. So it is not just you, Ambassador Mashimbie, that she encouraged to go back to school. She just thought probably I would be misdirected by being out there and think differently. And she just pulled me aside. And I also then had a privilege in 2009 when she had to step down at Batu Batu Trust to be asked to serve as a trustee. I was told she had given my name to step in her big shoes. I remember I visited her at home and I said, Mama, yo, ore ke tlo kena jwang ko setlhakong sa gago se se kana-kana. And you know, in her gentle voice, she just looked at me, smiled, se go lekane. You are capable. And I also have had the privilege subsequently to be part of the family, because my brother is married to my dearest sister, Olindol. So it's like my steps have been ordered in life. I've been gratefully, gracefully favored and blessed. So to my family, my dearest sister, Lindol, Honorable Taninga, and the cousins and the brothers and everyone who's present today, thank you so much for allowing us to stand on the shoulder of Omama, and to the Balega Mbete Foundation that has facilitated for us to be here, and to Mama Obalega Mbete. I say strength and health and gratitude to the foundation for this occasion. Enkosi ndiyabulela, Kamako. The Holy Spirit just reminded me that I must express gratitude to our two very eloquent, auspicious program directors, Ambassador Lindiwe Zulu, as well as Dr. Sunshine, that part I did here, yes, I wanted to say it in full, or Dr. Sunshine. So on behalf of all of us, kindly. Well done, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ma'am Mashinini. The word of the day is, each generation out of relative obscurity must discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. Ma'am Shope fulfilled her mission. She dared never betrayed her mission. Now, it's upon us as this generation, particularly young women. Let's go back to school, those that have not finished school. Ma'am Gertrude emphasized the issue of school. Secondly, let us be servants. Thirdly, let's listen. That's the third most important thing. Then, on the 4th of November, let's ensure that we keep the legacy of Ma'am Gertrude Shope alive. Because she was groomed and she was the woman that she was because of the ANC and because of the ANC Women's League. Let's embody her values. Let us live the life that Ma'am Gertrude Shope lived, particularly us as young women. Long live Ma'am Gertrude Shope, long live! Long live Ma'am Gertrude Shope, long live! Amandla, awethu. Thank you very much. The lunch is served and the nikeke nizoltola. And thank you to my co-program director. Very nice.
Stella nokubonga ama-sponsor bakithi. Ngoba if we don't thank the sponsors, angeke sibe la next year. Bayazazi. Ama-sponsors bayazazi bona. Mina ngibazi.
Thank you very much. We can go for lunch.